of the ignorance, the stupidity, and the lack of accountability, and how you cannot hold these leeches accountable without them calling you like who hurt you, bitter, resentful, like hateful, racist. You're made out to be the bad guy instead of them just taking accountability. Okay, because no one owes it to other people to let them leech off of you. You don't owe it to anyone. So, a lot of very low IQ individuals who are not smart enough to understand per capita that keep saying, well, this number's bigger than this number. I keep seeing this shared over and over again. They're like, well, 35% of SNAP benefits are whites and 26% is African. So they're like, look, more white people are on SNAP benefits than African people. Well, let me give that some context. Okay. Plus, they said Native American is 1% of SNAP benefits. But let's give this some context, right? What percentage of the American population is Native American? 1.2%. And what percentage of the SNAP benefits are taken up by Native Americans? 1%. So almost all Native Americans are welfare leeches. Almost all of them. How many of them are net taxpayers? As a class, they're not net taxpayers. The only net taxpayers are whites and Asians. So even if, and it is true, 35% of whites are on SNAP benefits, the money is paid for by white people. So we should be able to be on them, which I'm not on them. I don't want people on them. I advocate being independent, not relying on the government for your food. It's dumb to rely on the government for your food. That's how you become a slave. But have some perspective. What percentage of the country is white? 58%. Of that 58%, 35% are on SNAP benefits. So they say, well, you know, this number's bigger than that number. Put it in some context. So what percentage of African Americans are on SNAP benefits? 26% of the SNAP benefits. But what percentage of the population are they? 13%. And they're not net taxpayers. So I'm tired of hearing this low IQ take of 35% of SNAP benefits are whites, 26% are African American, 4% are Asian, 16% are Hispanics, and 1% is Native American. That's true, but you need to put that into context that 58% of the population is white. 13% of the population is African American. 6% is Asian or Pacific Islander. 20% is Hispanic. 1.2 is Native American. That gives you the full context. That's a whole different story. So what percentage of EBT is taken up by Hispanics? 20% of it, and they're 16% of the population. What percentage is taken up by African Americans? 26% of it, but 13% of the country's African. This is a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing when you look at where'd the money come from? Whites and Asians. We're the net taxpayers. Not every white's a net taxpayer. Not every Asian's a net taxpayer. But for all the people that are white or Asian that are taking benefits, their races are the ones that put all the money there. Everyone else is leeches. Everyone else. There's the stereotype of the hardworking Mexican. But you know what? Mexicans apply for every single type of welfare that they can. There's a few conservatives that don't. But the fact remains that they pull more money from the taxpayer than they put in. Whites and Asians are bearing the burden of everyone else. So what if 35% of the SNAP benefits are white people? We're 58% of the population and the net taxpayers paying for it. So what? But it's way different when you look at it in this context. Look at it in the context. Over there on the left, I've got the percentage of the population of America. 58% of Americans are white. 13% are African. 6% are Asian or Pacific Islander. 20% are Hispanic. So when you're trying to say like Native Americans are only taking up 1% of the EBT, they're only 1.2% of the population. Almost every one of them's a welfare leech. But this number, 35, is bigger than this number, 26. Look at it in relation to the population. Way different story. Of course, I understand that less than 20% of them have an IQ of 80. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of, they did a lot of work to brainwash us. They did a lot of work to brainwash us because they wanted us to have our country destroyed. They wanted us destroyed in every place we are on the planet. They wanted us to just bear the burden of everyone leeching off of us. And they needed us to believe that we're all the same. And it's bullshit. We're not all the same. We're not all the same in intelligence. We're not all the same in contributing. And we're not all the same in leeching. We're the net taxpayers. We're paying for it all. We're paying for, and we can choose. We can choose to be leeched on and bear the burden. But I'm telling you, like, there's a whole bunch of fleas and ticks on a dog, but if the dog dies, they all starve. What are y'all going to do when y'all get rid of us? What are you going to do when you leech us to death? What are you going to do when you kick all of us out? Like, look at all the countries in Africa. They kicked the white farmers out before they learned how to farm. They kicked the white engineers out before. And then the infrastructure crumbled. The nation starved. So we're expected to just host a whole bunch of leeches. Everybody should be able to come in here and just leech off the white net tax-paying men and the Asian men. And you're just going to keep saying, well, this number is bigger than that number. And so you try to explain per capita, and that's where it gets really scary. You start trying to explain per capita to these people, and you realize they're not smart enough to understand it. You start realizing what it means for only 20% of them to have an IQ above 80. You start realizing that they're either just willfully ignorant and cognitive dissonance, and they just don't want to see the truth, or an even more scarier reality starts to sit in. They're not smart enough to grasp them concepts. You start talking to them in hypotheticals, general statements, statistics. You start seeing them post statistics that prove the opposite of what they're saying, and they don't even realize that their own statistics and their own graphs say the opposite of what they're saying, and you start realizing they're not smart enough to understand it. Why did you vote for him then? Vote for who? Vote for who? Do you really think that things would have been better if you would have voted for Kamala Harris, who took all of her campaign money that was given to her and wound up in debt? There's no choice. This ain't something you can fix by voting. It doesn't. Republicans are just closet liberals pretending to be opposition. Both Republicans and Democrats are puppets of the Jews. Both of them want to fuck over white people and just have us leeched to death by everybody else. Both of them want to destroy the West and pivot east. The Jews want to destroy the West and move on for Asia, for China to be their new host to leech off of. They're working to destroy us as a people. They've been doing that before World War I. The Jews wrote 4 different books before World War I talking about how white people was the warrior race that needed to be exterminated, calling us Amalek. So what you're saying, that this is my fault? You're saying, why did we vote for this guy then? Hello from Paris. Hello, Edgar. Hello. Which everybody's gone now. I guess everybody's pissed. We can't vote. This problem was here way before anybody voted for this president or that president. And that's where a lot of people make a mistake, thinking that you're going to change the president and fix the problem. There's no peaceful solution for this. It will require war. Everybody is just I don't know. Anybody thinking that you're going to vote your way out of this it's naive. You know, like you have these controlled opposition people like Alex Jones or like this psyop. What was it called? The whole I forget what it was called. A bunch of old people believed in the bullshit. QAnon or whatever. All these people will always tell you some of the truth, but they'll tell you the wrong solution. They'll tell you don't do anything. You know, just sit tight. It'll be taken care of. Alex Jones will say, fear the power of the government. If you resist, they'll declare martial law. And they keep telling people, you know, don't be violent, you know. But I'm telling you, you cannot just rest on the laurels of your ancestors. We can't just have freedom because of something that happened in 1776. It will take war to fix these problems. It will take war. There's no voting for a Republican or voting for a Democrat to fix the problem. They're both in the pay of Israel. You know, and all the Masons are just a bunch of non-Jews working for the Jews. They're just a bunch of greedy people. The Masons was started by Jews who increased their power by networking with greedy non-Jews, and they're just useful idiots of the Jews. From the very beginning of this country, they've had their tentacles in the whole system. I'm telling you, you didn't say it was my fault. Well, the thing is, we never get to vote for somebody that's going to fix the issues. Pretty much the foreign policy remains the same no matter who we vote for. And I tell you this, I don't think that it would have been any different if we would have. I think it would have been worse if Kamala Harris would have been president. But I don't think that, you know, I was never one of them people that fell into the whole cult of personality of Trump. I'm a conservative, but I wasn't ever one of them people that thought that there was some political messiah going to come and save and fix all the problems. I never believed that. And it's just, there's never been any kind of hero coming to save us. There's never been anybody to vote for to fix the problems. At the end of the day, the politicians are kind of the middleman. It's the money powers that really run things. It's really more the power is in the hands of the bankers than the politicians. The politicians are just there kind of like the media. They're just there to kind of shape public opinion. They're there to kind of be the fall guys for the bankers, but the corruption is just out of control, and neither party represents the American people. They're in a club to help each other get rich, take turns being the fall guy, keep running the tax farm, and keep funneling money to Israel. Keep funneling money to building a globalist tyrannical state. They're not, you know, and they both parties demonize nationalism. Neither party, you know, and even like there was this whole, we need to do something about illegal immigration. That's true, but we need to do something about legal immigration. We cannot absorb every single type of opposing culture and have a unified state. We've got all kind of different enclaves, all kind of different breakaway civilizations, all from coast to coast. There's very little to keep the country united anymore. We haven't assimilated the people that we do have. In any country that has a labor shortage, they need to just have more children. The solution is not to replace your people with foreigners. And I don't have any ill will toward foreigners. And there's a lot of people who come to this country that are assets, that it's good that they're here. I'm not saying don't let anybody into the country. Like there's a Vietnamese woman come into the country, worked her whole life. She's anti-communist, and she's more American than a lot of Americans. There's all kind of people that come to this country, and they work and they contribute. But there's a lot of people that come to this country to leech off the welfare state. And that's becoming the norm. You know, the people who are coming in now from Mexico are not the same as the people from 20 years ago coming in. Now you got a lot more communists coming over that hate the white race, that feel that they're entitled to our country and we're not entitled to have anything. And they just want to leech as much off of us as they possibly can. And they talk about building their own state within our state. And I'm not saying it's everybody, but I'm saying it's a lot more than you would think, are a bunch of neo-Marxists coming in. But I'm saying, like, white people worldwide are going extinct. We've went from being a third of the world's population, well, 30% of the world's population to what is it now, like 5%, 6%, something like that. We're below replacement rate in every single country. And have been for 50 years. They've been repeating the lie over and over again. You're overpopulated. You're overpopulated. Meanwhile, we've been going extinct the whole time. We've been the net taxpayers the whole time. We've been having more and more and more of a burden put on us. There's this woman. Now, they didn't take my side, but there's this woman. She's got 8 kids. She's fed them all off of welfare. She's housed them all off of welfare. She got all kind of government money to go to school. Her college paid for by the white man. Her housing paid for by the white man. The food to feed her 8 kids paid for the white man. And I'm saying black people should be held accountable. They don't need to be leeches. They don't need to be, on average, costing the taxpayer $750,000 per lifetime. Now, there's black people who are net taxpayers who pay more, but it's a minority. It's an extreme minority. And when you average all black people together, it comes out to $750,000 deficit per person. They're a net drain on the economy. And the only net taxpayers as a group are whites and Asians. And Jews, some people count Jews in with whites. So it's important to look at where the money's coming from. How does she have 8 kids? Because they take the money from white men's paychecks and Asian men's paychecks. So she can breed 8 more children to go get on welfare. This isn't sustainable. Eventually, they're going to have to grow up and feed themselves. Or else there's not going to be enough white people to pay the bills for everybody else. We're trending toward extinction. What you going to do when the EBT's cut off because there's not enough white people to keep paying the taxes anymore? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you've bred a whole class of people to be leeches that cannot feed themselves, that must take food from other people to feed themselves? And like all these people sort of rejoicing at the extinction of the white race. You got the you got the engineers, the scientists, the doctors, the farmers. Are you ready to replace us? What's going to happen when them government checks can't be cashed anymore? It's time to hold black people accountable. Stop babying them. Make them grow up. Tell them to quit being a leech. So there's these people posting all this stuff, all this bullshit without the context, without per capita. And so I just said something about it on Facebook. I'm like, look, you cost the taxpayer $750,000 per person. What do you mean reparations? What do you mean you're being oppressed? How are you being oppressed? When you're a leech on the taxpayer. And people got mad at me. People said I was being mean and everything. And then I get personal attacks on me. I'm being told I'm ignorant and don't know the real history, and the real history being a bunch of AI generated images of we was China, we was Native Americans, we was Jews, we was Moors, we was Egyptian, all kind of bullshit, but the truth. You had the West African kings that were extremely rich because they sold the most slaves. That's how they got their wealth, and it drained their labor force, and it caused their country to be poor in the future. Because who they should have kept as a labor force to have an industrial revolution, they sold to the rest of the world. And now they're pretending to be everybody other than who they are. I don't watch someone mean. Don't have to, call me mean, but it's still, there's these people, they were saying I was mean. I'm not being mean. It's the truth. It's the truth that the only net taxpayers are whites and Asians by demographic. Now, I'm not saying I know we live in an age where people can't understand they feel like you can't make a general statement. You've got to always mention the exceptions. Of course there's exceptions, but you average all the white people together and they're still a net taxpayer. You average all the black people together, it's minus $750,000 per lifetime per person. So then when they say, well, more white people are on EBT than black people. Well, we're almost 70% of the population. You're 13% of the population and 26% of the welfare recipients. And not being a net taxpayer at that. And I've seen it so many times in threads and Facebook, Instagram. I just keep seeing them post without the context of the population demographics, without the context of who the net taxpayers are. And it's like, they were saying that basically I was a bad guy because I was angry. But it's like, why shouldn't I be angry? Because we're basically slaves. If we're the net taxpayers paying for everybody else, we're having to work for them to have our labor. We're the oppressed ones, the net taxpayers. And me, even though I've never been rich in my life, I've never made a lot of money, and I could have worked different jobs. It's based on my own decisions and stuff like this. It's not like anybody's to blame for it, but I still didn't get on EBT. I fed myself. I could fish, I could farm, I can hunt, I cannot buy a PlayStation because I think it's honorable to eat off of the sweat of your own labor and not to get some other man to feed you. And that's what people do. Like all these women saying they're strong and independent and swiping an EBT card. Men are net taxpayers. Now, I've said that about the races being net taxpayers, but if you go about the genders, women as a demographic are not net taxpayers. They cost the taxpayer more than they pay in. So if any woman is saying that they're strong and independent and taking government money, you're being supported by men. You're full of shit. You're not independent. And, there's somebody in history that said you've got to ask yourself, are you willing to be looted? Are you willing to be plundered? And it's not just, there's the money stolen through taxes, but there's also the inflation tax that a bunch of non-American Jews in Italy and England can decide American financial policy, own the Federal Reserve, and just print up a bunch of money and buy things while they're cheap. And then that money gets in the system and causes inflation, and then the prices go up. This is a massive fraud. And I keep telling people, you're never going to fix the problem by voting Republican or Democrat if you don't do something about the Federal Reserve. These international Jews at the Federal Reserve can just print up money and bribe any politician they want to. You're not dealing with the heart of the issue. The heart of the issue is we American people do not control our country. A bunch of banking Jews do. A bunch of Jews control the country, control how the money's printed. And they can just print up money and fund any campaign, decide who's on TV, decide what the textbooks are. America, do you remember, when Augustus, he takes over Rome, and Rome is no longer a republic, but he understands that it's necessary to pretend it is. So, he works through the Senate. He gets the Senate to give him certain titles. And really, he's a king, but he doesn't call himself a king. He pretends he's just the first citizen. He pretends he's just consul. He pretends he's just the Pontimus Maximus. He pretends he's just a tribune. He just gets all the different titles and he gets the powers consolidated to him, but he doesn't call himself a king. He doesn't say the Senate has no balls, the Senate's neutered, the Senate has no power. He pretends the Senate has power. And that's what we're at in America today. We pretend that there's some kind of power in the executive, judicial, and Congress, but really the power is in the banks. It's in the media. It's in academia. It's in who controls the textbooks. And when you trace it back, it goes to a bunch of Ashkenazis claiming to be Jews. That's who really runs things. And really, I mean, it's been that way since 1776. You know, the Masons are the useful idiots of the Jews. And from the very beginning of uh, the country was deceived. They were taught you'd be given some kind of freedom to get rid of all of your Christian kings and trade them for Jewish bankers. You know, liberalism. I don't know. There's a lot of the ideas of freedom sound really good, you know, but freedom is really an illusion. You cannot escape cause and effect. You can't escape the consequence of your actions. And there's really no perfect solutions. There's just trade offs. So, you know, if you do A, B happens, you know. And, you know, you're going to have to pay taxes to somebody because there's going to be some military group that's going to come in and steal your land if you don't have some kind of military group to oppose them. And then they're going to want to be paid. You can't really, like, I would like there to be just no government and everybody be free, but you can't really have that because somebody's going to be, if you have anarchy, if everybody is libertarian, it only takes one person to take peace off the earth. It only takes one person to decide, hey, I'm not going to work. I'm going to go around killing people and stealing their shit. And then you have to make an equal and opposite force to counter that force. And so no matter what, you're going to have government. Chickens have governments in their flocks. Wolves have government. You know, you can't escape government. I used to lean toward, you know, when I was younger, I leaned toward being a libertarian. But I realized over time that it was sort of naive and idealistic and not practical. You're going to have a government. But over time, the government is going to look after its own interest, and it's going to try to, and it's going to keep trying to get more and more power for itself. And eventually, it's going to become disastrous for the people. Eventually, the government is no longer going to serve the interest of the people because eventually it's going to get powerful enough that it doesn't have to. Eventually, it's not going to be able to be held in check by the people. Eventually, it's going to consolidate enough power to itself that it no longer has to worry about pleasing the people. It just does whatever it wants. And eventually the people have to overthrow that government and make a new one, which will turn into the same thing. You know, like you say, well, dang, this 2% tax that the British are charging us is too much. Let's get rid of it. And then you're going to have an American government taxing you 40%. You know, so there's no permanent solution. There's no one day you're going to vote for somebody and they're going to magically fix your problems. And most of your problems don't have government solutions. You know, a lot of the problems Americans face are their own fault. And Americans always want to say it's the government, but a lot of times it's the culture of the people. The people are selfish. The people are lazy. The people have bad morals. And so, you know, it's not just the politician's fault. It's the common man's fault too. But I think that we need to have shame about certain things. We need to shame certain behaviors. And I think that it's necessary to shame being a welfare leech. It's not manly to just leech off of other men. It's not manly to not work for your own food and apply to have the government go steal money from other people's paychecks to feed you. And it should be shamed. And I should be able to shame black people for it. I should be able to say, look, you're a leech. You're costing the taxpayer $750,000 per person per lifetime. Stop it. And I shouldn't be seen as the bad guy for that. I shouldn't be seen as the bad guy. I didn't take nothing from you. I didn't enslave you. You're enslaving me. You're voting. A whole bunch of weak people, a whole bunch of leeches are voting to steal from everybody else. Earn your own way. And so, I don't know. So yeah. And I get angry about it. I get angry about the entitlement of it. He's trying to rage bait me. No, I'm a man, and you say, "Are you trans?" I don't believe that transgender exists because you cannot transition from one gender to another. You can put on a costume, you can play pretend, but there's no such thing as transgenders. There's people pretending or being delusional or being mentally ill, but no one has ever transitioned from one gender to another. Every cell in the body, it has either an XX chromosome or an XY chromosome. The cells in the body are either male or female, and there's nothing you can do about it. So there's no such thing as transgenders. The word doesn't make any sense. There are mentally ill people who are confused about what gender they are and are pretending to be a gender that they're not and mutilating themselves and all kind of other things, but there's no well, okay, so I get these people start attacking me, but like, why are you mad at me? Are you mad at me because of the facts that I've stated? Because I mean, it's true. Men as a demographic are net taxpayers. Women are not. Whites and Asians as a race are net taxpayers. No other races in the country are. So you get mad because I say that, and then you start saying, or you look like a caveman, or you're transgender, and all this other shit. But, you know, it's just pretty much you've already lost it. You've already lost. No, I don't need a hug. I don't need a hug. I can go hug Brittany right now and get a hug anytime I need a hug. When I do need a hug, I can get a hug. No, it's right to be angry at people enslaving my people, working to make my people go extinct, working to steal more and more and more labor from my people. And I'm able to look into the future and see where this leads. Where does this lead if we keep importing people who are not net taxpayers to leech off of the taxpayers, to compete for food and housing and education and all? What's going to happen? My country is going to be destroyed by a bunch of people who cannot build the same civilization. It's going to be even more disastrous for them than us. Because once we're gone, we're not going to care. But then you'll have to go back in time, go back in technology, go back to famine. It is important for people to carry their own weight and to contribute. If we're going to keep progressing, if things are going to keep getting better, people need to carry their own weight and do a little extra. And this, people getting comfortable just leeching off of other people, this needs to be shamed. This needs to be de-incentivized. It needs to be stopped. So there's a lot of people talking about with the government shutdown, they're going to start stealing. Because see, they already feel entitled to other people's labor. They all gang up as a government to go steal from people, to go leech off of people. And they're leeches. And so they say, if we can't leech the legal way, we'll leech the illegal way. And they say, don't report us. See, here's another thing. I don't do meth. I don't, See, I got dark eyes, like the brown in my eyes and there's a pupil, It's kind of dark in here. I even quit weed. I don't even smoke weed anymore. See, you say all these things like y'all are mad because of what? So you're gonna say, that's the thing. Y'all can't get on here and say, oh, we are net taxpayers. You can't get on here and say that anything I'm saying is wrong. So you just go with the personal attacks. And then your personal attacks are not even accurate. I'm a conservative. And not only do I not only do I oppose the transgender agenda, I even think regular homosexuality is a mental disorder. Get on here and say I'm trans. Well, I'm not trans. I am anti-homosexuality. And then get on here and say you look like a caveman. I don't even know what that means, really. I'm not. Uh, at different times in history, different people have lived in caves, but most of the time you can't live in caves. It's too humid for the lungs. You would die. There's not very many caves that you can live in that have enough ventilation. So there's isolated cases of people living in caves, but this whole idea that you go back in time and everybody was living in caves is not even accurate. It's not even true. And sponsored by Johnson and Johnson, and I never liked meth anyway. Like a lot of these people that get on here and they say about meth. I've always been in until I was in a relationship with a woman and had a woman laying beside me. I couldn't even fall asleep. I'd always have trouble going to sleep. As soon as I lay down, my mind just starts thinking of everything. And I've been that way my whole life since I was like 2 years old. I've always had trouble going to sleep. I've always had to work myself to exhaustion to go to sleep. I've always had a lot of energy. I've never, like all the people I know that do meth, they say they do meth to have energy. I've never had that problem. And I have trouble sleeping, so I don't want anything that's going to make me not be able to go to sleep. So even back when I used to do drugs, meth was never a drug I liked. I tried it before. I hated it. I didn't like it. It didn't do anything for me. It didn't have like some people say it gives them a lot of euphoria. It didn't give me euphoria. I like weed. I liked psychedelics like LSD and mushrooms. And I did some cocaine and kind of liked it, but then also kind of didn't because it's like there's a big down after the up. But I get a lot of people accusing me of being on meth, and I just don't even like meth and don't even do meth. And I've never lied about my past drug use. I've never lied about any of it. And these people they keep getting on here and they'll be like, do you think people get on meth and then they're like, these people are net taxpayers? Like what? Like, oh, it's the meth making me not want to be leached off of. Hey, oh, you must be on meth because you don't want your people to go extinct. You must be on meth because you can understand per capita. I'm not purposely ignoring you. I've been talking. I'll go back and I'll read over the comments. I'll read every single one and make sure I ain't missing anything. I don't say it's your fault. Wait, first let me go and see the one that said that about me ignoring him. Let me go back to the bottom. Dewey, okay, what did he say before that? Why are you not replying to me? Okay, that's what's before that. Not including races inside the USA. Okay, I'm not ignoring you. I'm going back up and seeing if I can find another comment to okay, because I was talking about, I don't know, because see, that's not a question. You don't have a question mark. You said not including races inside the USA. And I don't remember what I was saying when you said that. But I was talking about, when I was giving those percentages, I was talking about the makeup of the United States of America. I wasn't talking about in the whole world. But you can see similar stats to all Western nations. Like if you look at New Zealand or Australia, or almost anywhere, it almost is across the board in any country. When you go to who's the net taxpayers and who's the leeches, it's almost always the same people. And I'm not saying it's the same. I know it's the same for New Zealand. I know it's the same for Australia, same for Britain. Most of the time in Western countries, the white people are doing the lion's share of the tax paying. And most of the time, it's the non-white people who are doing more of their share of leeching off the welfare state. And I'm not saying it's always that way or it's that way in every country. I haven't seen the statistics to every single country. But a lot of the whole reason that all these people want to come to our countries is to leech off of off of us as the taxpayer. And then you look at the people who are net taxpayers. Like if you look at the Mexican families in America that are net taxpayers, it normally took 3 to 4 generations to get to that point. So a lot of times when people first come to a country, they're not net taxpayers. And their children are not net taxpayers, and their grandchildren. And it normally takes to their grandchildren or great grandchildren before they ever become net taxpayers. And then some people never become net taxpayers. Like you look at the Asians, right? The Asians come here and they're net taxpayers. Black people have been here since the beginning and they're still not net taxpayers. They were doing really good before the civil rights. And I'm not advocating for segregation, but during segregation and before the welfare state, Black people had no choice but to make it off of their own merit. And they had their own businesses and they were doing pretty good. And a lot of, like the stereotype about Black people and watermelons, right? A lot of that come from jealousy because a lot of Black farmers started making a lot of money off of growing watermelons. So they started getting mocked and ridiculed for it. And it was when people come in and started telling them, you're oppressed, you should have reparations, you should have affirmative action, you should have all this. They started to become less net tax paying than they were before. Black people were like a model before the civil rights. Like they had the lowest rate of divorce. They had the lowest rate of illegitimate births. They were poor, but they were steadily getting richer. They were doing better until the welfare state. And then the Black women realized they can make more money off the government than their Black men. And they betrayed their Black men, kicked them out of the home for the government money. And it's been downhill ever since. Okay, let's see. I was replying to what you were saying earlier about leeches. I knew you were going to go to that talking point. They were better off in the 50-40. I'm not saying they were better off. I'm saying they were more respectable. You could look up to them and admire them because they were actually oppressed then in a way that they're not now. And I know that there is some oppression somewhere, some isolated incidences, but there was a lot of hatred toward Black people. A lot of, like there were some girls that were going to church that just got blew up in a terrorist attack. I don't know who it was, the Klan, somebody just blew them up. There were people shooting them for voting. Black people were under a lot of real oppression back then and real poverty without all this assistance. And yet they weren't leeching off of nobody. They weren't complaining and whining and having a victim mentality. They were steadily improving their situation. They were buying more land. They were having more families. They were coming up. And then Lyndon Baines Johnson said, he said that he would have the Black people voting, which he used the N word. He said he'd have them voting for the Democratic Party for the next, I don't know how many years. And they scammed Black people with the welfare state. When you pay people to be poor, they stay poor. The worst thing that could have ever happened for Black people was EBT. And white people, and anybody. Like I get on to white people for getting on EBT. I get on to white people for fatherless behavior and all this stuff. We do not need to copy the things that destroyed the Black community. We do not need to copy it. You're better off to be poor and buy your own food than to get dependent upon your food being subsidized. That is a path towards slavery. EBT was never about pulling people out of poverty. It was about keeping people in poverty. It was about control. It was about enslaving people. And you do not want at all for your food to be supplied to you by the government at all. You want to provide for your own food. But it is being a leech, and it is not being a man. It's staying stuck in childhood forever. To swipe an EBT card is to be a boy. Is to have other men go to work to pay for your food. There's nothing respectable about it. So it's not befitting of men to get other men to work to feed them. That is for women and children. If you're a man, grow up, feed yourself. Make your own food. Work for your own food. Men should be providing for their own self and providing for women and children. Men should not be dependent upon other men to feed them. Hard work is regal, laziness is slavish, and it leads to slavery. You do not want to depend upon other men to feed yourself. It's a trick to enslave people. If I hated people and I wanted the worst for them, I would advise them to get on EBT. But if I cared about people, I would say get off of it. It's a tool of slavery. Fish, hunt, farm. And a lot of times people say they can't afford stuff that they can afford. It's just they want all the toys. They want all the entertainment. They want all the clothes. They want all, and they spend their money. They say they can't afford to eat without EBT, but if they got rid of it, they'd find out that they could. There's people that never get a job. There's people that are third and fourth generational welfare recipients. There's people that they didn't have a job. Their daddy didn't have a job. Their daddy's daddy didn't have a job. Or I should say their mama. Their mama's mama. There's mama's mama's mama. And all they don't know how to take care of themselves. And so they cry and they flip out and they freak out every time there's a government shutdown. They stress out. They make all these videos. And me, I'm over here not caring. I was never dependent upon any government aid to begin with. So I'm never worried about it. I went without for years and years and years. For years and years, people bought speakers, game systems. They bought all kind of shit. And I lived without it. And I lived barely making it. And I saved $140 every week for almost a decade and bought land. And then I lived with almost nothing, spending $200 a week on fruit trees every single week. And I just struggled because I knew it'd pay off eventually. And then people are like, oh, that's not fair. You've got that land and that stuff. You have this stuff that I don't have. You should give me your stuff. People feel entitled to the fruit off my fruit trees. They feel like they should just go on my land and steal my fruit that I worked for. Meanwhile, they were spending their money on drugs and entertainment and all kind of bullshit. You really want food independent. You really don't want to depend on other people for food. And not just food, housing, education, any of it. Anything. Let me go back. You're purposely. I'm gonna go back and read all the comments because. Okay, that was just when people were. Is voting for Farina good? I don't know what that is. I'm completely ignorant of what it is, but I'm a very curious person by nature, and I'm gonna have it stuck in my head wanting to know what it is until I find out. So I'm gonna write that word down. I'll do some research, and I don't know if I'll get back to you because I don't know if you'll be on my live the next time I go live. But I don't know what it is. But I'm going to write it down so I can F-U-R-I-N-A. I don't know if that's a policy or a person. Is voting for Farina good? I'm probably not pronouncing it right. Do you spend $600 on Farina? I don't know what that is. So I probably don't unless the government just steals money from me and puts the tax money into it. I don't know what that is. I guess you are too genuine for them, so they have to attack you. Don't do meth. I don't do meth. I don't even smoke weed no more. This comment section is sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson has done some shady stuff. And I don't know what that is. Huawei. I'll look that up too. Purposely ignoring you? No, I was just on a rant, man. They're better until Until somebody steals the watermelon. I don't know who that is. I'll look up that. It sounds kind of Japanese a little bit. Hoshimi Mayabi. What is that? Is that somebody that like patents watermelon DNA? I don't know. That would be a. I wish you had super chats so you could answer my questions. Okay, I was late getting to your questions, but I was passionately ranting, and I'm also nearsighted. I have to kind of like get kind of close to see the comment section anyway, unless I put on my glasses, and then they zoom in too much, and I can't see anything close to me. So, but no, I try to answer most people's questions, and I just and I don't censor the comment section. I let people say whatever. But I don't do super chats. I also don't monetize the channel. I want to have, every now and then YouTube will put a commercial in there, but I have it set to no ads. I hate commercials. I hate to be like, I'm watching something on the Dations and then a commercial pops up trying to sell me Cheetos. And I'm like, I'm trying to watch something about history. I don't give a fuck about Cheetos. And commercials really get on my nerves. In America, I don't know what country you're from, but America is the most advertised to people in the world. And so I'm just sick of commercials and I hate them. So the reason I have no super chats is where you like pay money and whatever. I have everything turned to demonetized on purpose. So they can't demonetize me. I've already demonetized myself because I don't want my viewers to see any more commercials than they have to. So if you ever see a commercial at the beginning or end of my video or whatever, that's just every now and then YouTube makes you watch one. I have the thing slid all the way over to no commercials. I have it, every single thing to where you could make money on YouTube, I have turned off. I just work to make money. I don't do YouTube to make money. I do YouTube kind of like how people have a journal. I do YouTube just to rant. I do YouTube just because, just for the fun of it, just for the hell of it. I post videos just to do it. I go live just to do it. I don't even know why I do it. I don't do it for the money. I do it for just like releasing a valve, I just do it to get stuff off my chest. I do it for the attention, I guess, a little bit. I do it for trying to spread my ideas into the world. I do it to try to influence the world a little bit, but I know this is like the worst medium for it whatsoever. I've noticed that I'm way more effective at convincing people of things face to face. I've made way more progress pushing all my political agendas, having face to face conversations with people. I find that social media is very ineffective for that purpose, yet I still do it anyway. I get on Facebook and put on my 2 cents, even though it doesn't change anybody's mind hardly, but I still do it. I don't know why I do it. I just do it. And that's why I don't have super chats on, because I don't do it for the money. I've been a long-time viewer. You always respond to comments eventually. I try to. I do sometimes miss them, and but I really ain't trying to ignore anybody. It's just I'll get caught up in what I'm saying, and I'll talk for a while, and then I'll scroll through the comments. But I really ain't. I'm not trying to ignore anyone. And like even when people comment on videos that I posted 6 years ago, eventually I'll go through. I try to reply to every comment. Some comments I don't reply to because there's not really a reply to them. I'll just like the comment, or it'll be, like sometimes you can't reply to a comment. Like they say something and there's not really anything to say back to what they've said. But I try to, my channel is small enough that I can normally get to everybody's comments. But I'm also like, sometimes I don't really know. Sometimes it will show me that I have comments. It'll say you've got 4 comments on a video, and I'll go to it to see them, and they're not there. It won't let me see them. And then I've had it happen to where I can't see the comment, and then 2 weeks later I can see it. So it's like there's some kind of delay in YouTube loading the comment, or YouTube itself is doing some kind of censorship or something. But I do not ignore comments. I don't shrink away from controversy. I'm not, you know, and hello. I don't know how to pronounce that name. HYIEJXHFJS. Grammar, punctuation, and pronunciation and punctuation. None of that is my strong suit. I've always been better at like math and science and history, and never really been too good at learning foreign languages or my own language. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. I don't know how to say that at all. I've got some research to do. That's another thing. I do, when people, like all these things here, see, I really wrote it down. Well, you can't really see it. This is not writing very well, but it's, all them things people talked about that I have no idea what they are. I've got them here. I have a feeling that I'm going to look it up and it's going to be some sort of insult. Or it might not be. I don't know. But I'm going to look it up. I can't answer those questions because I'm completely ignorant of what those things are. I should probably change. I don't know. And so I've been working a lot okay, I want to say this, even, I started off, I got kind of triggered by some stuff on Facebook and went live about it. But I've been watching a lot of videos about permaculture. That's one of my big time interests. And about raising the water table and about how forests work. And a lot of these really, really old trees, they send roots deep into the ground to where they reach aquifers, and they bring water up, and water evaporates out of their leaves and goes into the air and everything. And my neighbors clear cut 7 acres of old trees right beside my property, and now there's massive erosion and water runoff on my property. So I've had to manage that water, and I've had to try to, and now there's a lot of homeless animals that are living in my woods. So now I feel like I can't cut down as many trees as I would have cut down before, because now I feel kind of responsible. Like I've got these animals need these trees. And I've been very busy in the woods, so I haven't went live as much, and I haven't, but I've been busy. And I've also, I had the water level in I've been building a creek where there wasn't one. I've just been digging a trench on a hillside to catch water, and working to funnel water in such a way to where, instead of the water just being a soupy mess and spilling over into the road and just running off, that will actually that'll kind of get filtered a little bit by moving through rocks and soil and wind up in my pond, and then the overflow of my pond go out to the same. I've just been trying to, the water level dropped, and I had a bunch of small fish, and I did not want them to dry up and die. And so, even though, it was good for the raccoons. The raccoons were getting a lot of fish easy, eating them. But I didn't want them to just die. So I always try to prioritize life over, I don't know, just not human life, animal life, plant life, all life. I try to make my land be able to house as many different species of plants and animals and fungi and that everything as possible. I want as much life per square foot as possible. And so I just saw that if I didn't do something about it, a lot of these fish were going to die. And I had to be busy about that. So I couldn't get on live as much. Okay, Farina is a character in Genshin Impact. What is that, a video game or something? Genshin Impact. That's another thing for me to look up. I retired from video games. I retired from TV at 18, and I retired from video games at 30. And every now and then I'll still play a little bit of Dice Wars, but I'm pretty much retired. It took up plenty of my life already. And so now a lot of the pop culture references I don't get anymore. I will, by word of mouth, hear some things here or there, but it's not that I've done away with entertainment. It's just it's shifted to the internet. It's shifted to BitChute, Rumble, YouTube, and mostly educational stuff, which it's been that way for a long time now, since I was about 18. A lot of the fictional stuff, there's only so many stories, and they're retold in different ways. So it gets to where if somebody was like, when I was 16, 17, 18, you'd go to watch a movie and you can predict what's going to happen before it happens, or I could. And people would be surprised by it. I don't know how they were surprised by it, because it's the same stories retold in different ways over and over and over and over again. And after a while, you just see the pattern. Okay, he's going to have some conflict, and then he's going to win anyway. And, sometimes some things surprise me, but it's about the same thing over and over and over again. And life is short. And the longer you live, the faster time seems to go by, because, you have less time left. And you've also, when you're a day old, a day is a very long time. It's the length of your whole life. But when you're 38 years old, a day is not very long at all. And so it seems like time goes by faster and faster and faster and faster. And so I start thinking, I don't know, I always have felt guilty about not being productive. I've always wanted, and a lot of the things that I do, if I really think about it, is there any point in it? A lot of things is just to fill up our time. But I do want to leave Earth better. I want to leave it better than how I received it. Like the land that I bought, when I die, I want it to be better than it was when I bought it. And my relationship with my woman, I want it to get better over time, not worse. And with family and friends and things like that. And I love video games like Civilization, Rise of Nations, Age of Empires, managing resources and armies. And I was really good at them. I got very, very good at, I could play it, Age of Empires 2, on its hardest difficulty with all the enemies and not lose a single person. Just dominate the game. And people would be like, wow, you're so good at this game. But I started thinking about it. What value is it that I'm good at this game? Because none of it, and me and my brothers were playing Minecraft one day, and I was just like, why ain't I doing this in real life? Like, I'm over here farming wheat and sugar cane. Why ain't I doing this in real life? And I said, why don't we just play this in real life? Why don't we go into the woods, build huts, build farm, And I started something just happened. Something just clicked in my mind. And I was just like, I've already spent too much time I've spent too much time playing video games. And then I went too far to the extreme. I was like, I should never play video games. But then I started learning about the play circuit in the brain and about, it is healthy. It can be unhealthy to overplay, for it to consume your life, but it is healthy to take breaks and do things that you enjoy just for the fun of it. But with me, I was going to work on almost no sleep, and I was playing strategy video games for 6 to 8 hours a day of my life. And that's too much. And I just overdone it for too many years. Like from 18 to 30, it's ridiculous how many hours I spent just playing video games. And I just got burnt out on it. And the same thing with television, which I never really did watch. I always was kind of bothered by my family spending so much time watching TV instead of with each other and everything. And eventually I just didn't want to have anything to do with just sitting there and watching TV for hours and hours and hours. Because it seems like it makes time go by faster, and then you're like, where'd the day go? And so I just, like, a lot of times, there's so many different things people talk about that I'm not gonna know about any kind of. I was born in 1987, and I stopped watching TV at 18, and I stopped playing video games at 30, and so there's so much I just do not know. Like, if you about entertainment and stuff like that, I'll know, but ego has a lapse, but life is endless. I love Civilization 6. I don't know which was when I quit playing Civilization, I don't remember the number on the last one that I was playing. I know that I really liked 3. I didn't like what they done to 4. I liked 5. I think if I remember right. It's kind of like it got dumbed down. Like, there were more layers to the Civilization in 3. And they kind of dumbed it down. Because you had, like... And then the I don't know. I haven't kept up with it. But I really do like Civilization. But that's one of the games that really I started saying, why don't we do this in real life? And I know that's ambitious, but I'm like, why don't we build a civilization, you know? And, they say, I wish I could talk about more stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of things I can't talk about because I have enemies. And there's people that will just try to like, there's certain things I can't talk about because it would be used against me that I really wish I could talk about. And then there's certain lessons that I've learned in life that I would like to teach, but then it involves other people, and as Civilization makes me think, I would. There's a lot of regulation in America. I don't know what country you're from, and there's a lot of contradicting regulations. You'll have some federal regulations and state regulations and county regulations and city regulations, and they'll all be at odds with each other, and so when you go to start improving land, it will attract more and more species. And then eventually there's these regulations put in place to try to protect those species that you're protecting. You've made the land better, but now the government wants to come in and steal your land. Even though if they left you alone, you were the one that made it good in the first place. And there's a lot of I've already said too much, maybe, but and I stopped while I'm ahead. Since you don't watch TV, do you have one in the house? No. When I was 18, I moved out of my dad's house, and I was living in a trailer in Glenwood, and I just never bought TV. I never paid for the internet. I never paid for cable or satellite, and I would. Nature always entertained me. I didn't need it, and I would always so when people would come over to my house, there'd be no TV, but there was couches and chairs, and we'd sit around and talk. And had there been a TV, people wouldn't have talked with each other. They would have just stared at the TV. And I do have a TV. It's one of my brothers. You see, I'm the oldest of 7 siblings, and used to my brother Josh and my brother Luke lived here with me, but now it's just me and my girlfriend. And they bought TVs that they left here, but they didn't even watch TV. They used the TV to play video games. And so I've got a TV, but it's only there to Brittany's got this Nintendo. It's not the original Nintendo. It's like it's got Nintendo games programmed onto it. Like I don't know, it's got like Kirby and Mario and Donkey Kong, and it's got a few video games just made into the console, and it's hooked up to a TV that's on the couch. The stands on the TV got broke. My brothers got into a fight. One was it New Year's or 4th of July? It's New Year's, and he threw the TV off the table, and the little stands on the TV broke off. So now it's just propped up on the couch. And when Brittany works now, but when I was when she wasn't working and she was at the house all day while I was at work, she would get bored. So I got her that game for her to play, and then she just almost never played it. But there is a TV, but there's not cable or satellite or an antenna or nothing like that. But there's actual television. But them dogs are barking down there. Like at the end of the road, about a mile up the road, a raccoon or a deer will walk across the road. And then that dog will start barking. And then that other dog at the next house thinks that dog's barking at him, so he barks. And then Lee's dogs start barking at them. And then Wanda's dogs start barking at Lee's dogs. Then my dogs start barking at their dogs. Then Vern's dogs start barking at those dogs. Then the Chihuahua starts barking at those dogs. And so many times, I wish the dogs would... Like, it's like the boy crying wolf. If there's anything ever out there, I'm never going to take it seriously. Because every time the dogs have ever barked and I went out there, it's been like a squirrel or a rabbit. It's like, I don't care nothing about that. That's not any danger. Like, I don't care about, so what? A rabbit's across the road. So what? What are you telling me about it for? Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any. I'm scrolling down the comments, making sure I didn't. Okay. Well, the insults have stopped, but I've stopped talking about anything controversial, and I don't want to get boring, but I've almost ran out of stuff to talk about. I can research that. Oh, what I was saying about the water table. And I've said, normally, if you get some, let's say that if you've got a really super old forest, it starts to hold a bunch of water. And it'll eventually rot and get ate up by mushrooms, or it'll fill up with water. It'll kill all the trees. And then on the edge where the water flows off, new trees will start growing there. And then you'll get a grassland. Or maybe a fire burnt down the forest and you get a grassland. And you've got grass. And then you start getting weeds that are taller. They're like 2-3 foot tall. And then you start getting evergreen trees like pines and cedars. And then they start to build up the mulch in the topsoil. You start getting hardwood trees. You start getting a bunch of hardwood trees, a hardwood forest. You start getting the ability to support the types of funguses that are needed to support the super giant trees. You get the super giant trees, they start sending their roots so far into aquifers that start bringing water up to the surface. And there's a natural succession of plants. And the way we farm, we try to interrupt that, and we try to keep it at the grassland. We try to keep it at plants whose roots only go 6 to 8 inches down in the ground, most of them being like 4 to 6 inches, but and then we over-till, and we eventually start dropping the water table. We don't mean to, but we just don't know what we're doing, and in ignorance, we drop the water table. And then the land starts to dry up. People cut down a whole bunch of trees, and then they're like, where's this drought coming from? Why is the land turning into desert? Like Egypt, they didn't go build all that in the middle of the desert. They didn't go build that great. They didn't say, where should we set up camp at? The middle of the desert. They didn't build Babylon in the desert. They built them along forested rivers, and then they cut down all their trees and turned it into a desert. That's what happened. And so I live in South Georgia, and I'm starting to notice if we keep doing things the way we're doing, we're going to move from being subtropical, or we're gonna move into being a desert. We're we're dropping the water table, we're depleting the soil, and we're farming young trees. We're planting trees, cutting them down, planting more young trees. We're not letting any ancient trees be there anymore. And it's not good. And so 7 acres of probably 100-year-old trees and 50-year-old trees have been cleared next to my property. Most of my trees are probably 30 years old, or there's not many really old trees. There might be 1 or 2 trees that may be 50, 60 years old, but most of my trees are young trees. And I don't know where I'm going with, where am I going with this? Oh, so I've planted some olive trees, and I'm wondering, I plant these Spanish olive trees that will grow here in Wheeler County, Georgia, right? America, I don't know how old America is, like between 200, 250 years old, something like that. How come in all of this time of people being in Georgia, how come there ain't already olive trees here before I was here? Why have y'all planted soybeans, cotton, and peanuts and nothing else? How come there's not oregano here before I planted it? How come there's not lavender here before I planted it? How come there's not olive trees here before I planted it? How come y'all are planting the same commodity crops over and over and over and over and over and over again? How come y'all are, I don't know. I just see a lot of, I see people go in and they'll clear cut a whole bunch of timber off of the land. And then they'll spray poison everywhere and kill everything. And then they'll chip everything up. And then they'll replant pine trees. And the crazy thing is, when they cleared the land where there were pine trees and they lit the light in, there were little bitty pine trees everywhere across the whole land. They didn't even have to plant it. If they'd have left it alone, the natural succession, there would have been pine trees there. And then they kill all the pine trees that are there, chip them up, mulch them up, kill them all, and then replant them. And then people will destroy all the weeds, right? But you can not, the weed is only a weed when it's in the wrong spot, really. A lot of these plants are providing food for the pollinators while you're waiting on your crop to make flowers for the pollinators. A lot of these weeds, the aphids prefer to eat them to your crops if you would let them be on the edges. And there's just a lot of, and me too, there's things I do out of ignorance where I don't know what I'm doing. But it seems like there's a lot more people who don't know what they're doing than do. And where these mini palm trees come from. I don't know what mini palm trees you're talking about. There are some the closer you get to the coast, I'm in Georgia. When you get closer and closer to the coast, you start seeing more palm trees. People have planted palm trees in Wheeler County as like a landscaping plant. And if you're talking about them palm trees up there on the wallpaper, Mama put them up years and years ago. I don't know. I don't even know about the mini palm trees. This is a very spicy pepper. I don't know what kind of pepper it is. But I was given a bag of dried peppers with the seeds in them with something in Spanish wrote on there. And I lost the bag. I was going to keep the bag so I know what kind of pepper it was. And I planted them and they grew and I kept their seeds and I'm going to replant them. And it's a lot spicier than a normal chili. This right here. This Woodstock, I've already used it all. I already see how it's really red there. But this is not the original hot sauce. I ate it all. there's a little bit of dried hot sauce in here, and I put some vinegar off of some jalapenos in here and shook it back up. And the longer it's set, the spicier it's got. But this scorpion pepper is almost as spicy as the ghost pepper, and I can't tell the difference. Once it gets that spicy, see how it's on the Scoville scale? It's up there almost at the very, very, very top of it. And it was discontinued because, I don't know, they tried to charge more for it. Nobody wanted it, and it wound up in the discontinued Buggy and Piggly Wiggly for like $2. And it's really good, and you only need a tiny bit of it. It'll go a long way. And I don't know where it's at. I can't find it nowhere else. I guess I'm going to have to get it online. Is it still spicy? Yes. It was very spicy, but I had a jar of jalapenos that I took the vinegar off the jalapenos and put it in there and shook it up. And at first it wasn't all that spicy, but now it's really extracted that capsaicin. Now it is. It's back to being pretty spicy. This pepper, though, I don't remember the name of it. I don't have the full pepper because I've already ate them. I cut them up and saved the seeds, but I don't know what the name of the seeds are. These acorns. I don't know why I'm still alive. Because it's like you got to know when to walk off the stage. I've run out of stuff to talk about. Now I'm just like, hey, there's a pepper on my table. Here's some. These are seed pods to a flower that feeds hummingbirds. I don't know what they're called either. Okay, the original one hits Scoville. Yeah, the original. What? When you buy this, right? Like, I'm trying to find yeah, it's very spicy. And a lot of people thought I was exaggerating. I eat spicy stuff all the time. I like spicy stuff. It burns. It hurts a little bit. But then I start to feel not high. I don't know. Your brain makes its natural painkillers. And I start feeling in a good mood. Like if I'm depressed, I eat something spicy. It hurts my tongue. And then it fades away. And then I'm happy and in a good mood. Because, I don't know. And when you eat spicy stuff, if you eat it regularly, it stops tasting as spicy. You get used to it. But this is spicy enough, like once you get to this level, you eat it and you're like, oh yeah, I'm good. It fades away. You think the pain's over, and then you use the bathroom later and you realize it ain't over. It's going to hurt you some more. Bro, try. It's my favorite. I will write that down. BULDAK sauce. But I finally got my friend Lee to try it, and he said he wanted to punch me. He was mad at me because it was so spicy. And Brittany, she's a little dramatic. She went and grabbed the milk and put her tongue in the milk and everything, and she was mad. Because I was eating it. I'd put a line across my whole burrito and eat it. And it'd make my scalp sweat. And I would be like, it was spicy. But they thought, they didn't know how spicy it was, because I'm used to eating spicy stuff. So they thought, because I was, I was disappointed by the ghost pepper. It is spicy, but I saw them YouTube videos of people jumping up and punching the wall and screaming and acting all crazy. And then I ate a ghost pepper. And it does burn. It is spicy, but those people were exaggerating or never ate spicy stuff, or they went from a jalapeno to a ghost pepper or something, never had a habanero or something. I don't know. They were overreacting. Also, all them videos of cats and dogs on LSD is bullshit. None of that is real. That's made up. Those YouTube videos of this is a cat on LSD. No, it's not. That's a straight up lie. Because back in the day, which I don't advocate drug use, whatever, but you know, I used to do LSD a lot. And I give LSD, I don't know, is this illegal? It might be illegal. Can I be charged for this after the fact? Fuck it. I give LSD to dogs, cats, and chickens. I thought I was helping them out. I thought I was going to like enlighten them or so. I don't know what I was doing. I was curious, right? And they don't do all that. All them videos are fake. Them cats acting all crazy and they're saying that's a cat on LSD. No, it's not. Or the dog, all that's fake. It's very disappointing, actually. It almost has no, like a dog, when you give a dog LSD, it just acts like a dog always acts. Same thing with a chicken. Don't waste your LSD. First of all, don't be doing LSD. It's really, they will put you in jail and stuff. But that's exaggerated and overhyped, and it's a lie. It's a waste of LSD to give LSD to animals. They don't appreciate it. Maybe they don't have the receptors for it. It seems to have very little effect on them. And it's a waste. Nothing really noticeable, you know. And I started thinking about it. You know, a dog does kind of act like it's on an LSD trip all the time, you know. Oh, it's a little cold out here. I like to walk outside every now and then for a little bit for no reason. I like to see the stars. I wish one day I'm gonna have to just buy me another phone with a better camera on it, because I used to have one that could look at the stars and zoom in and see things really good. And then I dropped it in a pond, and it took me too long to find it, and it soaked up too much water and it broke it. And then I got this phone that's been dropped in a creek 3 times. And it's a cheaper phone, but it handles water damage a lot better. And it's my charger port was broke on my old phone. So it was very hard to get it to charge. You had to be holding that wire just right. And it took me about 30 minutes and 1,000 cuss words to get the thing to charge. And so it was kind of a blessing when I dropped it in the pond, because, you know, I was going to get every last penny out of it. And I probably would have never got another phone had I not dropped that one in the... Now, that other one had a much better antenna in it and got a lot better service. But this phone here, like, you can't even see the stars. It just looks black. I flipped it around. It can't, and I can see all the stars. There's Orion right there, laying on his side. But man, I almost want to step back inside and get a jacket. I better check the weather. I hope my coffee plants are okay. It's the fall, and I thought I could put them in the greenhouse, but then the greenhouse got way too hot. Way too hot. It killed coffee plants. And it's like, it's too hot in the greenhouse. It's too cold outside the greenhouse. Coffee plants are tricky. One, because they're not even supposed to be growing here. You know, I'm in zone 8B. I'm in Wheeler County, Georgia, and I'm growing coffee. Because them tariffs ain't catching me. I'm going to have my coffee. And coffee plants, they grow under the canopy. They grow under the shade of other trees. So they don't like a lot of sunlight. It'll kill them. But then they don't like the cold either. So they want to be in the heat, but they want to be in the shade. And now that it's fall, it's too hot in the greenhouse. It's too cold outside the green. It's just, I might have to bring them indoors and put them under a grow light or something. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:22. Maybe I don't need to walk down to my neighbor's house. It's got a little bit late. I took me a vacation, and since I ain't been having to get up and go to work early in the morning, I've been staying up later and later and waking up later and later. And I need to quit that. I need to go ahead and start setting an alarm and just keep waking up at 6:20 in the morning, because I don't even think I woke up till like 3 p.m. I'm about to shift into the next day. And they already saying I'm on dope because I don't support being a welfare leech. I start going live at 3 o'clock and midnight and stuff like that. They're really going to start, which I don't care. Let them say it. I just think it's really crazy because I've had that. It's a false accusation. And it's probably been about 5 different times people have accused me of that. And if I was, I'm the kind of person I would just admit it. You know, I didn't shy away from any of the other stuff. And I don't know. There's plenty of material they could attack me on that's truthful, that they don't have to lie. They could make fun of my patchy beard. They can make fun of my poor eyesight. They can make fun of my height. They can make fun of my accent. They can make fun of the way I pronounce things. They can make fun of all kind of stuff. They don't have to make up shit that ain't even true. But it's too cold out there. You didn't know you could grow. Okay, so you can. Okay, now I can see, you know, when I was outside, I didn't see. You've got to bring it indoors in the wintertime. During most of the year, you can grow coffee. Coffee's a small little bush. It doesn't really get all that big. And it takes about 3 years before they start producing coffee beans. The thing about growing your own coffee is you get 2 crops, because every coffee bean has a cherry around it. It's got a fruit around it, and the fruit is edible. But it doesn't have a long shelf life. So you're never going to go in the grocery store and get the coffee fruits. You're only going to get the seeds inside the fruit that's been roasted. So you're not going to be able to grow it. You're not going to be able to grow a coffee plant from it because it's been roasted. You're just going to be able to make coffee the drink. But if you grow coffee, you get the coffee bean and the fruit is high in antioxidants. And, you know, it fights aging and fights cancer, and it's very healthy. And it's got a good flavor to it. And so you can, oh, here, randomly, there's a boar tusk. This is why I tell Brittany not to be walking in the swamp and everything where there's pig tracks, you know. I ain't scared of running into no bobcat or no coyote. I ain't worried about none of that. But wild hogs ain't nothing to play around with. See that? It's like a curve, like a blade. That's a wild hog's tusk. I got 2 of them. They come at that hook in you. You don't want none of that. Plus, they're smart. They're smarter than a dog or a wolf. They're heavy. They can run into you and knock you over. That could grab a vein or something and pull it through and you bleed out. See how big that is? What's something to really show the size of it? There's a penny. See? You don't want none of that. And wild hogs are dangerous. I know you can grow. But yeah, you can coffee, you can't take the freezing cold. I think it starts to take I'm not really sure. I'd have to look it up. I don't really remember. But I'm just thinking it might be something around 50 degrees. Different plants take heat and cool damage at different temperatures. Of course, CO2 is a factor. All plants can handle more heat the more CO2 there is. If there's more CO2, they can grow faster, or they can handle more heat without taking tissue damage. So it depends on the air. It's not just a flat temperature for all things, and elevation, the atmospheric pressure, the ratios of CO2 and oxygen, all that stuff matters. But generally, it's about, I think, around 50 degrees, something like that. The coffee plant doesn't want to get too much colder than 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is Celsius. So most of the year you can grow coffee under the shade of other trees or at a forest edge or with a shade cloth or something like that. But you need to bring them indoors during the winter time. But the coffee plant's never going to get super big. So you'll normally be able to have it in a pot and be able to carry it inside during the winter or put it in a greenhouse or something like that. But it's still going to need shade. And, but yeah. And also it's very easy to clone. Some plants aren't, but coffee is one of those plants, like where your root comes off your plant, like in a fruit tree, right where that first root is, you don't want dirt too much higher over that. Unless, say, an apple tree or a peach tree, or it's going to rot the plant. But not with a coffee plant. With a coffee plant, if you were to plant it so deep where its branches have dirt around it, all of its branches are just going to sprout roots. So it's really easy to top a coffee plant 1 or 2 times. Like once you cut the top off of it, it's going to grow, it's going to branch. And so you can cut the top off of a coffee plant 1 or 2 times and get it to branch a lot, and then plant it kind of deep where there's dirt around all the branches, and every one of those branches will sprout roots. So it's really easy to take and buy one coffee plant and buy them on Amazon and to just clone it and turn it into, I turned one coffee plant into 14 coffee plants in 1 year. Just by getting the branches to root. But then it's going to take about, you're going to have to wait about 3 years before you'll ever get any coffee off of the coffee plant. And then every year after that, it'll start producing more and more coffee. And I've seen videos where people grow them by their windows in their houses or under lights. And they don't need very much light intensity, and they can't handle very much light intensity because, like I say, it grows under the canopy in the jungle. It's not just standing out in the sun by itself. It's meant to be kind of in the shade. The chocolate chip cookie is pretty good. Do you have any coffee left? I think I'm just about drunk all my coffee. Oh. I'm probably going to get off the live pretty soon because, one, it's getting colder. I probably should drive out there. I don't know. I got to check the temperature. If the temperature's too cold, I'm going to have to drive out there to my property, get the coffee plants, and bring them indoors. But if it's not too cold, and I hope it's not because I really just want to get in the bed with Brittany and go to sleep. I don't know how she does it. Because me, if she ain't beside me after 2 years, I can't even fall asleep. I'll stay awake the whole night. I just can't fall asleep without her beside me. But she can. She can fall asleep. She don't like it though. She'll wake up and she won't, I need to go to sleep. It won't grow here in Paris. Oh, you're in Paris. See, y'all are the ones that got me. I was looking and I was seeing that America imports most of our vanilla from France or something like that, or a lot of it from France. And I was like, what the hell? It's a tropical plant. How are we getting vanilla from France? And it's because France is growing it in greenhouses. And then I was like, well, I can do that. I live in an area that's warmer than France. If the French people can grow vanilla bean vines in greenhouses, so can I. And so I said, what is this nonsense that we're importing vanilla from France and not growing it in our own greenhouses? And then I got the same idea for coffee. I was like, well, if I can do that, I can grow coffee. So, yeah, in France, y'all could probably, y'all need a greenhouse. But something I bought a vanilla vine. And it was the summer, so it didn't have to be in the greenhouse. And I put it outside, and I don't know what animal ate it, but maybe a deer. I don't know. And I go out there, it was fine for about a week, and then some animal just come and ate it. And in my pond, I put all kind of I bought lotus flowers, the blue lotus, and they were very pretty looking. And then fire ants swam across the water, got on the plant, and just ate it. Every water plant that I put in my pond, every type of water flower, floating water flower that I put in my pond, ants ate them. And I didn't even know ants ate. I didn't even know that would happen. Le point for now. The final point. That's what I'm thinking. Like I'm going. I didn't see that comment earlier, but like a permanent connection with nature, no need for acid. You know, like you look at the dog, he just sort of enjoys life and lives in the moment. And you know, that's. Have you seen where they showed AI? They were trying to get AI to copy the Mona Lisa, like in the early days of AI, Google AI or whatever, and it was looking like an acid trip. And now they've got it right. Now it just makes it look just like the Mona Lisa. But how come in the early days of AI, when they were building AI to generate images, it was generating all these images that just look like an acid trip? I really wonder about that. And I was taking acid before. I don't know, you know, like I don't want. I'm not trying to promote doing drugs. And I think that there is in most cases it's unhealthy. And even with psychedelics, most people don't use psychedelics for introspection, and I think that's really what they're for examining your own mind and soul and everything. And a lot of people use it as a party drug, and I don't think that's good. And then some people, they take acid and watch TV. You're making yourself more open to suggestion and then subjecting yourself to propaganda disguised as entertainment. I don't think that's a good idea. And so I don't want to like tell all these cool, fun stories and then people be like, oh yeah, let's go do acid. I'm not, but at the same time, there's things that you can learn from. I was taking acid and I saw what looked like a being that was made out of heads, shoulders, and arms, but like a bunch of them. It had like hundreds of heads. Each head had a pair of arms with it, and it would grab pieces of the other heads beside it and eat them. And it was always eating itself and regenerating. As it would eat, more heads and more arms would grow off of those heads. And it was always eating itself and always regenerating and growing. And I looked, and there was different colors and different facial expressions. I started to notice that the emotions that I was feeling was showing up on the faces. Like if I was, if I was scared, they were looking scared. If I was happy, they was looking happy. If I was angry, they were looking angry. And I started saying like, at first I think, am I looking at like a demon, an angel, an alien, a creature? And then I started realizing that I'm really looking at myself. This was coming out of my imagination. This is coming out of my mind. This is how I feel affects what expressions it shows. And I've seen that same creature like 3 times. I've seen it in the wall, like it just show up on the wall. I've seen it in the moon, and I've seen it in a plate. And hallucinating is kind of a learned skill, because when you're taking psychedelics, you want to hold on to reality because it feels safe. And you cannot force it to happen. You kind of have to just relax and let it happen. And, as the world starts to like what you're seeing in the world starts to rearrange itself into looking like something else, people tend to become afraid of that, and they want to hold on to reality. They want to hold on to seeing things as they are. But you could actually just shift very easily from it's something you learn to let happen. As you learn to relax to it, you can hallucinate like on deeper and deeper levels, like you can see things come apart even more and more and more to where you see more wild and crazy stuff. But you have to not be afraid of it, and you have to be able to relax and let it happen. And it's also a part of your brain, like it's sort of the art type part of your brain. So, like, let's say you're hallucinating, but then you start to do math, it's going to go away. Is if you use certain, like you start to read or you start to use certain parts of your brain, you're not going to be in that mental space to see that, So your own mind starts to project itself onto the world. Like it's like the world is like the theater screen, and your mind is then taking the colors and the pieces of what you're seeing and rearranging them and using them to color like the pixels to like make an image, right? So the first time I ever saw anything, I had a dinner plate that was white with a blue rim around it, and I had some weed dust. And weed isn't really a strong hallucinogenic drug, even though it's got some psychedelic components in it. But when you pair it with LSD or mushrooms or whatever, it can enhance the other. It can help you. It starts to it really works with those other psychedelics. So I've always had an easier time visually hallucinating on LSD or mushrooms when pairing it with weed. But so the weed dust is on the plate, and it's like, just green dust on the white plate, and it starts to move around, and it started to look like a part woman, part lion type of creature. And when I saw it, I was like, what am I seeing? Is this an imagination? Or am I able to now see something that was always there that I couldn't normally see? And I was like, is this sorcery? Because like I was raised Christian, and I used to be a fundamentalist Bible believing, like I just believe the Bible literally. That's how I was raised. And it was really hard to come away from that, to be more open minded to seeing other things, because it was just like everything's at stake. Like, you want to burn in hell forever? You got to be afraid to question this. You know what I'm saying? I was kind of stuck. And LSD helped me to ask questions I normally would have never asked. I normally would have never challenged certain core beliefs. And I've kind of like, I don't know, everything's kind of absurd if you think about it. Like any type of worldview to explain the universe is absurd. Whether it be an explosion creating everything, whether it be the earth on the back of a turtle, whether it be people made out of dirt and ribs, like there's no explanation that if you really are honest and really think about it, all the explanations are absurd. None of it really makes sense. We really don't know. And it's really, I don't know, the existence itself is very bizarre. It would be very bizarre if nothing existed. It's bizarre that things do exist. No one's really got, it's all, so who knows, like, but like there's people who say that like mind created matter, and then there's people that say that matter created mind, and who knows really, And so I had come to be about to the point of being an atheist at around, I think, 33 years old. I'd been reading a lot of Friedrich Nietzsche. I don't know if I said that right. And then I started taking psychedelics, and I started to be like, I kind of just sort of I don't know. It was weird because I started moving into atheism from psychedelics to where I began to question core beliefs. And then through psychedelics, I started kind of believing there must be some sort of God or spirituality. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's not that I don't want to be hypocritical or not be genuine or not be honest or whatever. But the truth is that I don't really know. And I kind of go back and forth to where sometimes I'm thinking this is bullshit. And then sometimes I'm thinking the opposite's bullshit. And I don't really want to convert people to something that I don't know if it's true or if it's not true. And what was I say? I was going to say something. Why did I got distracted? Of course, something about, I don't know, but you just, psychedelics make you feel that it makes experiences feel more meaningful than they really are, or maybe they are that meaningful. But like normally you might see a butterfly on a flower and it's just a butterfly on a flower. But if you took a bunch of acid and you see a butterfly on a flower, it seems like that moment is like super important and meaningful and significant. And you can feel like at times you could feel really feel like you're just a tool of the universe. Like you're just part of, you could feel very connected to everything else or unconnected to everything else. It really plays with your perception of self and your place in the universe. I don't know how to I don't know how to put into words what I'm feeling, but it's like on psychedelics, it's very hard to be an atheist, but then it's also very easy to challenge core beliefs. It makes your brain more malleable. It makes you more open to suggestion, and it also makes you able to be influenced by nature more or by your environment more. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
Woke up?
He was whining.
All right. I'm live. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, okay. I just don't want to be seen.
Oh, you can be.
That was ugly.
You're not. You're beautiful. Hold on. I love you.
Well, kiss.
I'm about to get off of live. I was about to come to sleep, but I got to talking. I'm trying to. The butterfly on the flower is very important, mate. Yeah, it is. Yeah. The bean with. No, I don't. I just ate a little bit of a pepper and a cookie, and I'm still full from the 2 tacos. I was about to make me some more coffee to warm up, walk outside and walk back in the house. It done got cool out there. I'm worried.
It's cold in here.
I'm worried about the coffee plants, but I don't know.
You bring them inside?
I walked outside barefoot and the ground's still wet from the rain a little bit, so I might be thinking it's colder than what it is.
It's cold in here. It's not cold, but it's getting chilly. It's supposed to be cold today. That's what Gary told me.
You want to watch Brittany get mad?
What?
They was talking bad about me again. They saying that.
Who the fuck?
They was saying that that I was on meth again.
Who the fuck said that?
They was mad that I said that people should, buy their food from their own labor and not.
You're on meth, can you say? Oh God! You know how to make me pissed off on you.
I didn't see the comment. I don't know if they're still on here, but somebody said they loved me from Rwanda.
They love me from afar, but I ain't love you.
I would have said something. I would have said, I love you too.
You're supposed to love everybody.
Yeah. But that's cool because they're from Rwanda, and some of the things I say, you would think that some people. I don't know. Just a lot of people get mad. That's their go-to. Their go-to
is because you bring it about shit. You're on fucking mess.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. And I'll admit, hey, I used to do crack and quit, and they won't ever call me a crackhead. It's always meth. It's always, I don't know why. But I don't do no drugs no more.
Fuck them. I'm talking now. You know that pissed that fuck out of you.
Yeah, I know how to.
Why my flowers right here?
What flower? Oh, I don't know. Maybe when I was grabbing for pencils or something. I don't know. I don't think I would have gotten that. Or maybe when that bird was flying around in the house.
That's what there's people back in the
Yeah, he shit on the back of the chair. I didn't see it till like a day later.
On the mirror and on the TV.
Them Carolina wrens sometimes fly in the house and fly around. And
all the time.
I kind of like them. I kind of want them to live in
He
here.
can stop sitting there with him.
I like them
I
though.
like Gary because he's too hard.
They're a nice bird. They're pretty
See,
cool.
baby, but I can't eat that. Gary because he's too hard.
Yeah, when they first get cooked, they're soft, but when they sit there, they start to get hard. Them fried Oreos, Oreos dipped in pancake mix, fried in butter.
They're good, but
They're good.
it's not hard enough. I can't eat that.
And bad at the same time. Nabisco, Mexico put us to shame, y'all. Because Mexico bought Nabisco and they come out with a blueberry Oreo that was delicious.
Yeah.
And America owned Oreos forever and never come up with the idea to do a blueberry Oreo. Never till Mexico bought it. And that's just, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We couldn't come up with the idea of a blueberry Oreo.
At McDonald's, they got a new frappe. It's Chips Ahoy frappe.
I don't trust. Bill Gates done bought too much stock in McDonald's to where I don't trust it no more. He's probably got some kind of cancer-causing, sterilizing chemical in the meat now or something.
Did I fall asleep?
You did fall asleep, I think. I don't think.
I feel like I asleep.
I think you did.
Because I woke up and he was whining or like running. I don't know, like whining or something, trying to get back on the bed. He's getting chilly, and it's supposed to be chilly today. That's what Gary told me.
What kind of nut is this? I found it in the woods. I don't know what it is. Is it is this a hazelnut or a hickory nut?
Where'd you get the one? Some of these ones right here?
No, those are almonds. I'm talking about this one.
That?
They were in there. They've been in the
I
washroom.
put them up there for you a while back.
Yeah. I ate a handful of them today. I was gonna bring some out there for the squirrels, but then I just decided. Well, when I went out there, they still had food.
Let me see what you're talking about. That's a pecan, ain't it?
No, that's not a pecan.
No, that's like a walnut. That is a walnut, ain't it?
I don't know.
It looks like.
I'm the one asking. I don't know what it is.
I know you're asking. I'm just saying that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna plant it. I hope it grows.
Didn't you get it at your property?
No.
Oh.
I think when we were at this, when Daddy come down one of them years, we were over there at the Oconee, somewhere over there. I just checked. Blueberry Oreo is not available in France. Dang. You know, that means I probably don't need to eat blueberry Oreos because it's like we'll find these things that'll be like it causes all kind of cancers and stuff like that. So they'll be banned in France and Germany, and then in America, it's like like Doritos, right? They had two versions of Doritos. A lot of these companies do it. They have a version for Europe that is healthier, and then they've got the cheaper to produce, make more money off of it, gives you cancer and kills you version for America, because America will approve anything, I guess. I love you too.
You come back soon.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, I love you.
And so Doritos, they've been knowing that the stuff they put in Doritos causes cancer forever. We've been knowing it. They've been knowing that we know it. And they had a different version for other people, and they're giving us the worst type. And then finally they're forced, because Robert Kennedy or somebody, they're forced to take out something in them that was killing people. And they announce, like, we're taking this out of there. And it's like, you could have took it out the whole time. You've known about it the whole time. And, healthier is questionable. But I don't know, if it might not be available because they might not think that they'll be able to sell enough of them. Which they were in Piggly Wiggly, and I don't see them no more. I remember when they first come out with the blueberry Oreos, I saw them at Piggly Wiggly, and now I don't see them no more. Everybody wants those double stuffed, and me personally, I don't like the double stuffed. I think the Oreo was it had the right amount of cream before. I don't think it needed more cream. But people are they split both ways. Some people want the cream more. Some people want the chocolate cookie more. I want the chocolate cookie more. But the blueberry Oreos were really good. And so are real blueberries. A lot of artificial blueberries are really carrots. They cut up carrots, the hydrated carrots, like a lot of the blueberry muffins, artificial blueberry muffin. It's a carrot that they've bleached and then soaked with artificial blueberry flavoring. The original one is better. Yeah, I agree. I think the original one is better too. And too much is too much, yeah. But I'm about to look up. I got some homework of these things that I'm ignorant of in the comment section that I gotta learn to be able to keep in touch with what's going on in the world and everything. And I gotta see about the nighttime temperature and see if I gotta go rescue my coffee plants or if they can be out there another day. And I gotta go to bed pretty soon, which ain't a bad thing. Everybody needs sleep. Can't stay up forever. I'm on Eastern Standard Time because I'm in Wheeler County, Georgia. And what time is it? It's 12:54. I don't know what time it is in France. Yeah, it is. It was annoying for some people when I was a kid because they're like, you ask so many questions. Yeah, but I love to ask questions. And I always loved, when I was a kid, I loved to hang around gray-headed people more than children or younger adults. I like to hear all the stories of the old people talking, and I like to ask a lot of questions, but I didn't want to aggravate people. And some people would get aggravated and some people wouldn't. Some people would say they didn't mind, And then I've had people ask me questions and they're like, I hope I'm not bothering you. It don't bother me. I like to teach, and I like to learn. And they say curiosity killed the cat. But, curiosity also is why the cat is alive. Curiosity is how the cat learned how to hunt and catch its meal. Curiosity there's two sides to it. It can get you in trouble. It can get you killed, but it can also protect you and keep you alive. What is intelligence if it isn't curiosity? Exactly. 7 a.m. Yeah. I know that the Philippines is the complete opposite. You can switch the AM and the PM for the Philippines. It's on the other side of the world. And France, I don't know. I was thinking I was about to guess about 6, like half it on a quarter, but in my mind, I don't really know where, so I didn't want to guess and be wrong, but I thought it would be about that time. I would have guessed wrong though, because I would have said maybe about 6 a.m., maybe split that in half, I know geography a lot better than the average American. I know, I know where France is, but I don't know exactly what time zone it is. And in France, you had a lot of Celtic people there, and then the Romans come in, and then the Germans come in. They go and they take the Frankish lands, and then the Franks take them. I'm 6 hours into the future. Well, you're at that angle where the sun, the sun comes from the east, or it's not, the Earth's turning, or I had a friend, he's dead now. He's a combat veteran and killed himself, but he didn't kill us. I don't know who's watching. I'm going to say it anyway, though. He survived the war, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I'll say it. He survived the war, but he couldn't survive the woman. You want me to have a headache, right? No, I don't want you to have a headache. But, you know, the Earth's turning. The sun is, from our perspective, it seems that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But either the Earth is spinning or the whole universe is spinning around us. It's one or the other. I think I have a friend, well, he's dead now, but he was absolutely convinced that the Earth is flat. And I don't think that it is, but I think where the confusion is happening is they come out with these new cameras that can zoom in and see further than people expected people to be able to see. But I think what's happening is, some of the people are calling the flat Earth people retarded. The flat Earth people are calling the globe Earth people retarded, and they're both seeing something that the other is not seeing. And I think what's happening is maybe the Earth, right? The gravity is bending light, and so that explains it both. Like they get in these cameras and they zoom in and they can see so much further, and they're like, "You're not supposed to be able to see over the curvature," and it's just light curves, like with gravity, like the light they're seeing. You see what I'm saying? I'm not 100% about that, but if extreme solar energy from the sun were to eliminate all forms of internet and satellite, what do you think would happen to humanity? I think 90% of humanity would die from drinking water with mosquito larvae in it. I think a lot of people would die of dysentery. I think people like me that farm would see massive amounts of people who have no idea how to take care of themselves without government assistance, forming mobs to come and steal all my food on my farm and kill me and steal my food. And then they'd have absolutely no idea how to farm. And you would just see mobs of people I think a lot of people would die is what I think would happen. If the electrical grid was to fall down, I'd be good for a while. I would be filtering water through charcoal and sand and quartz and so, extracting water from the leaves of trees and stuff. And I'd have a lot of knowledge to survive, but there would be mobs of looters and cannibals and starving people, and they would do a lot of damage before perishing by just drinking. I think a lot of people would a lot of people in the cities do not produce their own food. It's brought to them. And so you would have these massive amounts of people who are now have no water or food. And they would be very thirsty by the time they got to, they would drink water out of ditches. They would drink water out of, just a lot of people would drink water that they should not drink, and they would get sick and die of dysentery. And I think it would be a lot more people than people would think. I think about 9 out of 10 people would be dead from the chaos, the war. A lot of people would have a lot of guns, but not enough bullets. A lot of people would have a lot of bullets, but not enough water. A lot of people would remember to have food, but not water. I think that's where a lot of the problem would happen is without electricity. You got to think about this too. A lot of your nuclear power plants will not be able to be kept cool. There won't be the electrical pumps won't be pumping water to cool the nuclear reactors. So you'd have a lot of nuclear power plants to the phone. No, it just had an internet thing. Okay. Yeah. So you would have a lot of nuclear power plants melt down and blow up. You would have a lot of people burn garbage. A lot of people, my brother used to tell me, because we scored in the top percentile, like the top, my brother would tell me a lot that, and I thought he was being arrogant. He would be like, a lot of people are not as smart as we are. And I'm not a genius. I'm not saying that. And I would always think he was very arrogant. I did not want to believe how dumb most people are. But the sad thing is, most people are very dumb. And if the power grid failed, if the government services failed, the chaos that would ensue, and just very simple things, just very simple knowledge, like a lot of people don't know. A lot of people would starve to death surrounded by food. They wouldn't know they could eat the dandelion. They wouldn't know they could eat the Cambrian layer in the pine tree if they boil it and fry it. There'd be people starving to death surrounded by food because they have no knowledge that that's food. There would be people dying because they have no knowledge of how to purify their water. And there would be people dying because they depend upon other people. They depend on the government stealing money from people and giving it to them. And we've actually bred people to be less independent. You know, civilization and barbarism each have their own merits. And so civilization provides a lot of comfort, but it doesn't breed humanity to be stronger and smarter. It actually does the opposite. It makes a lot of safety nets that cause atrophy to the human species. And so, you know, like, and it would be chaos. But, you know, when the Bronze Age collapsed, there was chaos, everything went to shit, and then there was the Iron Age. And that's been a pattern that's went on for all times. It's just a natural sort of cycle that there are civilizational collapses and then new civilizations take their place that are better than the ones before. And so I think that if what you say happened, like if there was an EMP from the sun and it just fried the power grid and there was no electricity, a lot of there'd be a lot of chaos, there'd be a lot of death, but I don't think everybody would die. And I think that if you look at when all the nuclear power plants and everything melts down, I'm probably not in a good spot. Europe's not in a good spot. If you look at where the wind patterns are and where the radiation would go, a lot of the third world would be a lot better off, which a lot of them would suffer too, for sure, with international trade breaking down and everything else. But, you know, it's probably happened before, though, really. It's probably happened before that, you know, like right now, we've got people in the Stone Age and the Information Age at the same time. And I think the same thing was true 10,000 years ago. And I think that there would be survivors, and people would rebuild. And but I think a lot of people who think that they would survive would not survive, and even a lot of people that should survive, that would be the assets, that would be the people you need to survive, would be killed by a bunch of people who do not have the same knowledge. You would have it would be terrible. And I think it's a dangerous thing that we are so dependent upon the power grid. You know, and America is very fragile because we don't even, a lot of the parts of our power grid, we don't even build anymore. We order the parts from China and we have to order them years in advance. And it would be bad, man. It would be really bad. Now, like me, you know, if I could be left alone on my land, I'd be fine. Maybe, but probably not, because Plant Hatch and Baxley would probably melt down and spread radiation everywhere. But there would probably be a bunch of people who did not prepare, that do not know how to make food. I live in a county where there's a bunch of people who are just living off of the white man's taxes, and they would have no EBT. They would have no food. They would start starving. And just like when Hurricane Helene happened, they waited until they started robbed the dollar store and everything. And then they said, okay, we need to come in with the Red Cross and provide some people with some food. But I think a lot of people who have no idea how to grow anything, no idea how to take care of animals, no idea how to farm or do anything, would kill people like me to eat a meal for the day. They would come in, they'd kill me, they'd eat my chickens, they'd eat my fruit trees, and they'd let them die. They wouldn't know how to take care of them. They would go to the next place. It would be bad. It'd be bad. Yes, very true. Yes. It'd be bad. It'd be bad. I hope it don't happen. And it might one day. And who knows, it might need to happen. I mean, I'm not saying it need to happen, but who knows? Maybe if it don't happen, AI enslaves us all and kills us all. And who knows? Maybe that's why people used to worship the sun, because it saved them from AI. Who knows? The Amish would be just fine until a bunch of looters show up to take their stuff, which they probably wouldn't be, because they would have to suffer from the nuclear fallout that they had nothing to do with. I sometimes wonder, like, what if, like, when you're reading the Bible and Abraham, you know, he thinks he says he's talking to God and these two angels and Sodom and Gomorrah is nuked. What if on the other side of the world there's a advanced civilization with jet aircraft and satellites and everything, and they go over there and they're talking to him and he mistakes them for God, and then they nuke the place, and then their civilization fall. I know that's a stretch. I'm not saying that happened. But I'm just saying, like, people have this idea in their head. I think that a lot of the advancements in technology depends on the population. If there's only 10 people on Earth, everybody has to be a hunter-gatherer. If you get about 100 people, then you can have farmers. And once you get billions of people, you can have microchip engineers. You can have astronauts. You can have all kind of these. It frees us up to be able to have all these different special fields, all the specialization, all these different castes. And to have a certain level of technology, it requires a certain amount of labor. You have to be able to have enough people, you know, about I forget what it's called, the Petro principle, something like this. Like in any given field, 20% of the people produce 50% of the output. So like of great artists, of all the great masterpieces, 20% of the artists produce 50% of them. Of all like the best carpenters, 20% of the carpenters produce 50% of the best works. And it's like that in every single field. It's just a sort of law of the universe or whatever. And so everybody's not equally good at anything. And it's the same thing with farming. So once you get enough people that are super good at farming, they can feed everybody else and free everybody else to do other jobs, like run a power plant or be a doctor. And so you need a certain amount of people on Earth to be able to have a certain level of technology, to have a certain amount of trade and interconnectedness and everything. And so once the population drops, forget the sun wiping out the power grid. We've had below replacement birth rates for 50 years in the West. Once the population drops enough, we're going to go backwards in technology. People think that, you know, we can just have this and reduce the population, and we can't. We need a certain amount of labor force. We need a certain amount of people to just have enough geniuses born, enough people in certain special fields. And so I think maybe there was a time in the past when the Earth's population was up really high. And there was, just like there is today, people with Stone Age technology with people with nukes living on the same planet. I think it might have been that way 10,000 years ago, and we might have already destroyed ourselves and restarted over. We might have already, everybody... Hey, Paul, GTSY, Carolina. Oh, hello. I remember you from last night. I hadn't went live in a while, and I went live last night, and I went live now. And you got on the channel talking about homesteaders. I saw your video about making jelly. and you subscribe to me. When I repost this, good to see you too. But I am about to go to bed again, right when you get on, just like last time. I'm about to go to bed right when you get on here. I'm reading this guy's comment. He says, the Earth is roughly 1 billion years of oxygen left, according to scientists. Imagine a lifeless planet like Mars. Well, how would they know? Like, they said we got 1 billion years of oxygen left. There's oxygen bound up in all kind of other things, like in CO2. CO2, you've got carbon and oxygen together, but a plant can take that CO2 and free up that oxygen, and it's while it's making sugars and stuff. And then there's oxygen. And are we losing oxygen into space? Like, what do you mean that there's 1 billion years of oxygen left, according to scientists? You might be right about that. I don't know. But it may be possible to, I believe in God, so all that. You know, 1 billion years is a really long time. 1 billion is a very big number. It's 1,000 millions. And, you know, we only live like 100 years or less. And so 1 billion years, I don't know that they really know that there's 1 billion years of oxygen left or not. I don't know that is so. It might be, I don't know. But I think we'll run into a lot of other problems before that problem. Some people say that the sun's going to kill us all and everything. I have wondered if maybe like way in the past, if maybe there was a time when Mars was more habitable. And then, like, maybe in the future, Venus will be. Who knows? Who knows? I've also thought, like you say, Carolina Country Homesteading 101 says she believes in God, and none of that, you know, that's foo-foo to her. When you read the Bible, they talk about the heavens. And you know, I think that, you know, they didn't use the word outer space, but it's really the same, you know, really. The heavens stacked upon heaven, space. And it talks about, there's a place in the New Testament where it talks about humans are made of one type of flesh, and angels of the heavenly bodies and everything. And you see Adam's made out of the dirt of earth. But it talks about how, I'll get your Bible verse tomorrow. I'll write that down. But there's a place in the Bible where it talks about how the angels are made out of a different kind of flesh, not earthly, but of the heavenly bodies, meaning other planets, which I don't know. I'm not saying it means that for sure, but it could be that. And, you know, in Jude, it talks about they abandoned their original habitation. The little book right before Revelation called Jude talks about the fallen angels or the demons or whatever. They did not stay in they abandoned their original habitation. They were not supposed to be on earth. They come from somewhere else. So, and you, I don't know, that's a different rabbit. I'll get down on that later. So I was saying, maybe angels, demons, aliens, the same thing. Maybe other planets have other beings on them, and that's in the heavens, you know. But I don't know. One thing, there's a lot of things that, and I've said this in a lot of videos, and I kind of go back and forth because I really don't know, and I really haven't. I'm not 100% sure about any of that, but I will say this: when I read the Bible, and I read when I read what Jesus Christ is saying, I have a very different feeling when I read Jesus Christ than other prophets in other parts of the Bible. And it's like there's a part where they say, no one else ever spoke as this man. And the scribes, they were in awe because he spoke, or they were in awe because he didn't speak like the scribes, but he spoke as one with authority. And I understand what they're saying. You know, when I read Jesus Christ talking, there's a sense that I have a feeling, a sense. I get the sense that he is speaking with authority, that he knows more about what he's talking about than anyone else in the Bible. And there's things in the Bible that I don't understand. There's things in the Bible that I just don't naturally agree with. Like I'll read something and I'll just be like, man, I don't see why they deserve to die for that, or just certain things, you know. Which I'm not God. I'm not saying that I'm have the authority to decide these things, but I'm just saying that it's different about Jesus Christ. And I cannot really rationalize it. I don't know. I'm not going to try to prove it to anyone, and they can believe me or not believe me or whatever, or mock me or whatever. I don't know. But I know it doesn't seem to make sense. But I do, you know, I believe, I'm not saying I know, which a lot of people will say they do, but I believe he actually did raise from the dead. And that doesn't normally happen. And that's why all them people were willing to be tortured and killed. And even though they're away from their friends, like one of them's dying in India, one of them's dying in Syria, one of them's dying in North Africa. You know, all these, they're separated from each other. And they're being put to death because they're saying a man rose from the dead. It'd be a silly lie to just lie. I mean, if someone's boiling you in oil, or stabbing you with a spear, or shooting you with arrows, or picking your brain out with an axe, and all you got to do is say, "Now I made it up," and your friends won't know, your co-conspirators won't know. You know, Mark's over here in India. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to say the names. I don't really remember. It ain't fresh in my mind. But different one of them went to different places and got killed and executed in different places. And why would they die for a lie? Why would they withstand torture for a lie? Why would they just... And I do understand the other argument where people say that, you know, people fall into cults all the time. And I get that. And I get that people can be delusional. And I get that people can believe anything they want to believe. It don't matter how much evidence to the contrary, knowledge, whatever. If somebody doesn't want to believe something, or they want to believe something, they'll believe it. You know, if a woman doesn't want to believe that her husband's cheating on her and she's caught him 3 times, she could still be in denial. Like, you see that people can be this way, that they can just believe something because they want to. So I understand those types of arguments, but it's a whole nother thing that all these people are being tortured to death, and all they got to do is say, I made it up, or it's a lie, or it's not true, and then they don't get tortured, and then they don't get killed. And they all are willing to be tortured to death and be killed because they're saying that a person come back from the dead. And I just think it's just really hard. It'd be really silly for them to just make up the lie and say, we're going to lie and say he rose from the dead. And then to be so stubborn and stuck to it and be like, well, there's nobody to hold me accountable. There's nobody to see that I'm deviating from the conspiracy. And I'm just going to be tortured and give my life for a lie. You know, that's, you know. And then I guess you could say, well, it's all made up. None of that happened, and they just say it happened. I don't know. But and then the Shroud of Turin is really, really, really remarkable. It really seems like there was just a burst of light that just turned that shroud into a photograph. And, you know, I say all the other things, and I have the different criticisms I make of religion and the Bible, and I'm uncertain about so many things. And so it seems like a contradiction. It's like, how can you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, but then disagree with all the other stuff, or be so I don't know. I don't know. I don't have to. I don't. I'm not. I'm not gonna just try to argue or convince people, or I'm not saying that I can prove it or whatever, or that I'm right or I'm wrong or whatever. But I know it. I know it might seem like a silly thing to believe. Like, people don't raise from the dead, but I do believe it. And I know it's out there, but I think Jesus did raise from the dead. And I do not think he was a regular human being. I don't think he was like we are. And a lot of people, they'll have a lot to say negatively about Jesus, and they ain't even read what he said. But it really don't, like, read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. John has 21 chapters. So if you read 3 chapters a day of John, you could have John read in a week. It'll take a week of your time. And you could get through, and that's one of the gospel. Mark is shorter. It won't take you as long to read Mark. But John covers a lot of things that, like this idea that the Word of God materialized in human flesh, and that's who Jesus is in John, where it's like, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and so on and so forth. I don't know. That's just, I can kind of, a lot of the other stuff, like, I don't really trust, people lie all the time. And most of everything that you believe or that you're told about God really is hearsay. People will say, God said this, but really somebody said that God said that. Did you actually hear God say that? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not so sure that everything in the Bible that God said, just because some person said God said that. But with Jesus, it's different. When I read the words of Jesus, I think he really knew God. He knew what he was talking about. That he was I don't know. I'm not an authority on the subject. I did not live 2,000 years ago. I did not witness the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And I know that, I don't know, sometimes I guess I do hold contradictory beliefs in my head at the same time. And I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it, I'm not, but, I don't know. I believe he rose from the dead. I really do believe that. And I know that's a kind of, I don't know. It's not a normal thing to happen. People normally die and stay dead. But I think he did. Let me see. Let's see. Alien. He was God. He did raise. Honestly, the thought of existing forever without end is nightmarish to me. We were meant to share a moment in time and conclude like everything else in the universe. We really don't know what everything else in the universe does. Like, until we die, we haven't died, like how if you get punched in the stomach really hard and you lose your breath, you pass out, and then you come back conscious, I don't think that we would keep our consciousness with our body being dead, we'll pass out. But if God created the universe, then he can recreate us a body. He could, which I don't know. I think that death makes way for life. There's reproduction. People die, they pass their genes on, and they keep, in a sense, living forever through reproduction. But you really cannot say for sure. We really don't know. We can't say that the animals, they just die and they're dead. Or that people, there's in Ecclesiastes that says, who knows whether the soul of an animal rises or descends into the pit? And it just asks the question. It just makes a statement that people don't know. And I I don't know. You know, a lot of people have very strong opinions on both sides. People say when you're dead, and that's it. And people say when you die, there's an afterlife. And both people saying both things, neither one of them's died yet. Neither one of them has experienced it yet. And so nobody's really in a position to tell the other either way. And, you know, like people feel stuff very strongly, you know, like the Muslim knows in his heart beyond a shadow of a doubt. He knows, you know, he's willing to give his life to be a martyr for his cause. He knows he's right. And the Christian, the same way. And those who believe in Zeus, the same way. And the atheist, the same way. There's a lot of atheists that they're on their deathbed and they're an atheist till the time they die. They're being super convinced that you're right is no evidence that you're right. Or really believing in your heart that you know for sure is, you know, because we know people have the ability to hold very strong convictions regardless if they're true or not, because it can't all be right. You know, all kind of people have contradictory beliefs and believe it strong enough to, so I don't know. I'm not trying to, no, I don't think it was like a near-death experience at all. You're talking about like the crucifixion of Jesus Christ? No, nobody survived that. No, he was dead. Like, what do you mean? Like, like a near death? Like he almost died and then come back? No. He bled a lot of blood. Had a lot of water around his heart. You know, when they stab him with a spear and blood and water comes out, like a lot of already, like you can be stressed to the point to where you're sweating blood. That's a real phenomenon that happens. And he was already at that point before he's brought to trial. He's got like thorns pressed in his head. You know, his spear stabbed, flogged. Just no. Plus, because of it being about to be Passover, they were going to break their leg. Because crucifixion, and a lot of people say that you can't put the nail through the hand or it would tear off. That's absolute bullshit. In the Philippines, they have this ritual where they go and nail people to the cross by the hands all the time. And there are some where they take olive wood and clamps, but it can be done all the time, right? You're hanging there, right? And you're suffocating, really. And you can push. It's going to hurt your feet because there's a nail through them, but you can push down on your feet. You got to push up to get air and breathe a little bit. And then, you know, you're going back and forth from two very painful positions while you're suffocating to death for days and days. And so they were breaking the legs of the thieves, and they were going to break his legs so that he would go ahead and suffocate and die faster. And he's already dead. And they stab a spear in him to see if he's dead, and a bunch of water and blood pours out of him. And there's, like, I don't know if what you're saying about the near-death experience, like I might have misunderstood your question, but like how some people, like, they think they're dead and they're like, oh, he's dead, and then they come out of a coma or whatever. That's not the case with you. I don't think that he just, like, they thought he was dead and he was really alive. I don't think he passed out. They stabbed him with a spear. All that water and blood pours out after he's already bled so much. No, they didn't. The Romans, they knew what they were doing with, I believe he was dead, for sure dead, all the way dead. And being in that position, if you were in a cave for 3 days, it's not going to revive you either. You know, you're not. No, I don't think that they thought he was dead, and then he like woke back up with no medical assistance for 3 days after it. Like a lot of movies and plays and everything, they don't really show you the brutality of it. It wasn't like he just got whipped in the back with a bullwhip a few times and had some nails in his hands and feet, and then he lost a lot of blood, and went through a lot of trauma, and possibly had heart attacks. And I don't know. I'm not, he was. There's a passage where they're wondering if he's a ghost. So he's like, no, I'm going to show you that, that he's a physical being. So he asks for something to eat, and they give him fish and honey, and he eats it. But then at the same time, he's able to walk through doors that are locked and ascend up into heaven. And he already was walking on water before that. So, but, I believe that the physical body died and then come back alive. Not that it was a ghost or an ego death or a mushroom trip or anything like that. I think it's like, like we talk about the laws of the universe and like this and that and whatever, right? But you can have a video game and you can write the code for it and you can change the rules, right? So what I'm saying is, if you've got a God who's outside of the universe, who built the universe, he can write the code for the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you say, well, you can't walk on water because you can't walk on water unless somebody that has the authority to code that you can, then you can. So I look at it like it's kind of like an avatar. It's kind of like when you play a video game, you're moving the joystick, you're moving the guy around in the video game, and in a sense that's you, but that's not really you. And I kind of think that that's kind of how it was with Jesus, that he's God in a way that God can communicate with people. So he's playing the game that he invented, like the universe that he, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to say that I know. I'm just throwing some ideas out there, right? So you could say, well, that's impossible, but really... All right. I probably already, I did. My phone died. So I figured I'd probably lose the audience because my phone died. But it'd be kind of rude for me to just, I got my phone back on. Brittany's got this excellent charger. In just this little bit of time, which I guess you're not going to know the time when I reload this. It'll probably just not even show the gap. It'll just go from here to here. So it'll seem like I've just been talking the whole time. But I don't know. Not very much time has passed. I went in there, talked to her for a second, put the phone on the charger, and it's already at 7%, which is amazing. But anyway, I was going to tell y'all, that's why the live cut out, because Jamal Zaid says, maybe we're living in one great simulation. And I think that a lot. I go back and forth to thinking it for different reasons. Mandela effects is one of the reasons. And then also I have this other idea. Like, let's say, what if and you do a test run before the real thing? Like, before you just start creating some internal beings and letting them loose in the real universe, put them in a simulation first or something, Who knows? Also, if mind creates matter or something like that, what if we're in a collective simulation of our own making, I've also thought about this, like, what if our bodies are made up of a bunch of cells? What if God is made up of all of the living? And, what if you can what if all day and have a lot of fun ideas? But anyway, I checked the weather. I think it's like 8.888889 Celsius, but it's like 48 degrees Celsius. So that's kind of cold for the coffee plants. They take tissue damage, I think, at around 50 degrees. I got to look it up. I don't really know. Just because the air is 48 doesn't mean the plant is, though, because some of the heat is held in the soil and in the tissue and it's insulated. And I don't know, at this late at night, I don't want to ride out there and be harassed by the police and who knows what. And what are you doing? And where are you, and all this other nonsense. Because, like, I don't do anything anymore, and I haven't in a long time. I just go to work and mind my own business and everything. But because all actions have consequences, because of past deeds and stuff, I do get harassed sometimes. Where is my pencil? None of these pencils are writing regular. There's one. There's one. But my phone died, so that's basically why I was off of the stream. I didn't mean to just rudely, abruptly jump off the thing or whatever. And this charger is a very good charger, and in no time it got up to 7% charged. And, like I say, you said good night, everyone. Good night to you, too. You have a blessed night, too. Another person said, let's see. About the technically we're all dead before we existed. I wonder about this, right? Because, when you're a child, a lot of children get confused about the difference between memory and imagination, right? So they might imagine something, daydream something, and think it's a memory. And when I was a young boy, it just sort of come into my mind. It was just like, it seemed like a memory that I had remembered seeing the earth as a dark place with lights there, and me being in a place full of light, and me having a conversation about coming here. And about and choosing to. And I asked my granddaddy about it, and he was like, no. Like, I asked about the pre-existence of the soul. And I'm not saying that we do or whatever, because, and there's another one of a memory like, I don't know, but I've heard other people have the same memory. I think Wade Purvis was one of them. This idea, which I don't know, I think that we come into existence at conception, I think. But, when you're born, your brain's compressed, it's all this trauma and all. And we don't remember, the memory section of the brain grows so fast. And the neurons become spaced out and everything. And so a lot of people, maybe all people, pretty much don't remember the first 3 years of their life. You might have one or two memories if there's some traumatic event or something, but like I broke my arm. I fell off a porch and broke my arm, or fractured my arm, when I was 2 years old. And I remember that. I remember that I was going to go across the yard and see my grandparents, and I tripped off the porch steps, and I remember having the cast on my arm and all that, and people saying, you can't remember that, you was too young. Well, pain, fracturing my arm, that was very impactful, and I remember it. But there's not much, and I remember when I left my mama's grandparents, my grandparents, my mama's parents, my parents got married when I was 2 years old, and I lived with my mama's parents, and I moved to go, my dad and my mama bought a trailer and was living beside my daddy's parents. And I remember when we moved, I remember crying. I have an aunt that's only 2 years older than me. My mama's mama, they were told basically that if they didn't have a child now, they'd never be able to have one because she had ovarian cancer or something like that, and was going to have a hysterectomy. So she had a child kind of late in life. And then mama got pregnant with me, and I'm she's only 2 years older than me. So I grew up with my aunt almost like she was a sister. It's not much of an age difference between us. And I remember crying and looking out the back of the Toyota Tercel window. And they're trying to explain to me that I would still see her and everything. But I think I was only 2 years old then. And I remember that. And they say you can't remember that far back, but I do remember that. And I do remember fracturing my arm. But those were very emotionally intense times. Normally you won't remember. But and then what about John the Baptist? Like, was he reincarnated? Was he Elijah? Like, is Jesus being literal, or is he being is he just saying in a figurative sense he was? He said it'd be hard to accept. I don't know. Technically we're dead before. You have a blessed night too. You did teach us to love one another, each other. Yes. Yeah, he said that the main thing was to love God with all your being, and the second was like it, to love your neighbor as yourself. Love your neighbor as much as yourself. Which doesn't mean hate yourself and love your neighbor. Love your neighbor as yourself. That means love yourself and your neighbor equally. Maybe we're all living in one great simulation. Oh yeah, I read that before. And that's what got me talking on the other thing. And yeah, maybe we are. Maybe. Okay, I was thinking it was because of my device. No, my phone died. My phone, I didn't know that my phone was about to die, or I'd have put it on the charger. And I'm glad you're back. So I could tell you that, because I figured I'd lose the audience when my phone was dead for that long. But I didn't know I was going to come on here and but see, this is the thing, right? I remembered that. Okay, so I was riding in my granddaddy's truck. I think we were going to go to the pond to go fishing or something. And it just sort of come into my mind. And I was confused about it. I did not know if it was a memory or not. So I had the question to my granddaddy. I was like, did we live in heaven before we lived on earth? Because I'm having this thing. I don't know if it's like a daydream fantasy, a vision, a memory. I don't know. It just sort of come into my mind. Like I'm watching it seemed like a memory. It seemed like, that I just remember that earth was dark, but there were a lot of lights on earth. I was in a place where there was a lot of light, and I don't remember seeing anybody, but I remember having a conversation, and I remember it was basically like I was being asked if I wanted to come here or not. And it was like I kind of didn't want to because of the darkness, but there was light there too, which gave me hope that it would be a good experience. And I was supposed to come here and I don't know. I really don't know what to think about it. So I looked up to my granddaddy, and I asked him, and he said, no, we didn't exist before. And so then I was kind of disappointed, and I was like, oh, I guess that's and then he saw that change in my emotion or the look on my face, and he said, well, I don't know, maybe we did, But when he told me, no, we didn't, then I was just like, well, that's not a real memory then, that. And I don't know, I was very young when that happened. I wasn't even in school yet. I remember talking to him also in that same truck ride about, I didn't understand why people get paid to work at jobs. I was having a conversation about that too. How do they get the money to pay you? And how does, and I don't know how old I was, but I had to be 3 or 4. I couldn't be 5 yet. I wasn't in kindergarten yet. I was real young. A lot of people like I'm the oldest of 7 siblings. There's me, I'm Paul, there's Josh, Adam, Luke, Jacob, Noah, and Gracie. And people will say, kids can't understand that. Like I'll go to talk to a child and I'll use regular vocabulary like I would if I was talking to an adult. And they'll say, they can't understand you. Well, that's how they understand. You don't have to talk to baby talk. You don't have to dumb down your vocabulary to talk to a child. You shouldn't. They'll hear the word in the context and start to learn what it means. And a lot of people, they just sit their child, their babies, their infants in a corner somewhere, give them some kind of toy, and they neglect them. They don't talk to them. They don't have conversations with them. And so all of my brothers would talk earlier than most children. But that's because they had a lot of other brothers talking with them, engaging them, stimulating their mind. And so, like, sometimes I had an aunt, and she would get mad when I would talk about, like, stories about me and my brothers and stuff, because she was like, Luke wasn't walking that early, and y'all weren't talking, and he didn't say that. And they did. Like, a lot of people don't understand what children are capable of. All children want to help, and it's a little annoying to teach them because they'll make a mess. Like, if you help them they want to help you cook and wash dishes and go hunting and help you farm and help you do anything. And if you will take the time with children, you'll find that they can do a lot more. They can understand a lot more than people think they can understand. They can do a lot more than people think they can do. And people just don't give them the opportunities. And, but yeah, I asked a lot of questions and thought about a lot of things when I was very young. But I had a lot of adults around me that took the time to teach me and talk to me and interact with me as a blessing. He said, no, but you still know. Choice means responsibility, and it is pretty hard to handle, but it makes sense. A lot of people say, it's not fair. I didn't ask to be born, But what if we did decide it, I don't know. I do not, like, the Mormons believe in the pre-existence of the soul, but I don't believe in like Joseph Smith, he was a known liar. And then he claimed to have seen God the Father and the Son, which contradicts the scripture. And he basically says, God come to me, said, everybody's wrong. He's starting a new religion through me. I judge with God and Jesus at the end of time, every soul. I think that Joseph Smith was a fraudster. I don't believe the testimony of Joseph Smith or a lot of the crazy things he said, But probably all Christians say that there's not the pre-existence of the soul, but the Mormons believe there is the pre-existence of the soul. And with John the Baptist, Jesus told the disciples that if they could accept it, because they were saying, doesn't Elijah come before the Messiah? And he said, if you can accept it, John the Baptist was Elijah. And they say he come in the spirit of Elijah. And they say, and I don't know. I don't know if he's saying that that's a sort of a reincarnation or not. Elijah didn't die. He's just taken up to heaven in a chariot. Before Elijah sees Elijah just being taken up. And then they're saying that John the Baptist, I don't know. I don't think that the universe is just this dead, mindless, material universe that just through random chance and chemical reactions spawn conscious, intelligent life on its own, of randomness and whatever. I kind of think that consciousness and life is a dimension of the universe, just like time or space or matter or energy. I kind of think that there's always been consciousness and life right there with all the rest of it from all time or whatever. I don't know. But, we can only hear in a small range of frequency. We can only see in a small range. We can only feel, like our senses only can detect a very small amount of what's there. And so a lot of people are very quick to say this doesn't exist, or this is this way or whatever, but we've got to remember our limitations. We really can't see that much of what there is to see. We can't smell or touch or feel. And then also, we're more intelligent than the animals, but we're not really all that intelligent. There's certain things that are just beyond our ability to understand in the first place, because a lot of it has nothing to do with our purpose. We're only going to be here on this planet for, I don't know how long we're going to be here, but probably less than 100 years. And there's only so much that we're able to physically do. And it's not that, we don't need to know how to build stars or how to build planets or how to, and I think that we're kind of sort of a tool for a purpose. And I think that it's kind of a training ground, this whole life. Like we're getting an education. We're learning to love. We're learning to, Jesus talked about that people, he was saying, if you cannot be entrusted with earthly wealth, how can you be entrusted with heavenly wealth? And, there's talk about we'll judge the angels. And I think we're being trained. We're being watched. How did you did you love your neighbor? Were you very cruel to other animals? What do you do with power when you're given power? What do you do with wealth when you're given wealth? What do you do with the body that you were given? What do you do with the mind you were given? I think, and I don't know, but we probably, also here's another thought to think about, right? If we're the children of God, what do we grow up to be? If like you read in Luke, in the beginning, God had a son named, Adam, and then Adam had, it goes down the lineage all the way to Christ. So, and you got B'nai Elohim, like children of God, direct creations, like certain angels, Jesus, Adam. Not all of Adam's children are not called B'nai Elohim. We're not direct creations of God, but any direct creation of God in the Bible is called a son of God. Well, what do sons grow up to be? What I'm saying is, I don't think that we were probably created to become more than what we are now. And when it's like we're seeds, I don't think this is our final form. This would be an interesting thing. Like, I'm not saying this is the way that it is, right? But could you imagine like a video game where you play as each animal and then you go to the next and the next and the next? Like after you play as the worm, you play as the fish and the the frog and the lizard and the squirrel and the monkey and the man and wouldn't it be kind of fun to be able to just like live and play each different character in the game of life? And then if you can be trusted, see if you can be trusted to have the power of the next one. I don't know. But there's just a lot of fun ideas. It really suck if I bust hell wide open for my fun ideas. You heretic. I don't know. Experiencing it would be fun. It would be fun. I would do it. If I had the choice, like, I would I'd play life as a eagle a spider, a scorpion. It'd be kind of fun, maybe. I might regret it. I'd be like, why did I come to Earth as a, I don't know. You know, I look at this, you see how they'll, if you go and you look on YouTube or something, they'll find videos and they say, what did humans evolve from? And they'll show you a bunch of animals that already exist. They'll show humans starting off as some bacteria that looks like a sperm and evolving into a fish and a lizard and a this. And if you think about it, all these animals exist together at the same time in an ecosystem, probably saying it wrong. But you can't really just have these animals by themselves. They're attached to a food web. They are fitting a certain niche, however you say it. Like the gazelle has to run fast and be in the shape it's in because it has lions trying to eat it. The lion has to be what it is because it's eating gazelles. They're eating grass. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't really make sense the way they show humans evolving from fish to human and showing us be monkeys and squirrels and all these other things in between. Because each of those things live in a world where all the other things are already there. So then I started thinking about it. What if it's kind of true? What if there is a sort of a path where you move from one to the other, like in different lifetimes and stuff, you know? And then I was thinking too, like all these animals exist already. And if we wanted to, we could, like if no one knew that they all existed at the same time, you could fool somebody that way. You could say, look, this fish looks a lot like this tadpole, looks a lot like this frog, looks a lot like this lizard, looks a lot like this. And you could pick an animal and put another animal beside it that exists at the same time. And you can make it seemingly look that they transition one from all the way to the other. But it's probably not the case. They probably always, all them forms existed together at the same time and have to for there to be life. You know, none of these, like right now, there are, I don't know how many, but millions of other life forms living inside my body. Different types of fungus, different types of bacteria, different, you know, I'm a keystone species. There's all kind of other species that live, like there's yeast that lives on my skin, and there's bacteria that live in my gut. There's bacteria that live in a termite's gut that helps the termite break down the cellulose. And you know, the woodpecker needs the tree to exist and the bugs to exist. And if you take out, like if one type of animal goes extinct, it leaves a void of a certain type of form that other animals start to fill that niche. Basically, every animal diversifies over time, and then nature selects upon what has an advantage and what doesn't. And so, you know, you see on most continents, there is a dog type animal, a cat type animal, all these type animals. And if, like in Australia, where you don't have, like you had a lot of marsupial, how do you say it? Marsupial, you know, animals with pouches. And you have the Tasmanian wolf. They don't have a wolf, but they have one of these marsupials have taken forms that are kind of like all these other forms. Like the kangaroo's kind of deer-like, the Tasmanian wolf, the Tasmanian devil. You've got these different. What is that sound? That sounds like a water drop, like a. What is that? Do you hear that? Sound like, is that an animal? Is Little Bit got the hiccups over there? I think the little teacup chihuahua's got the hiccups. You heard this water drop? You hear what I'm talking about? It's like boop, boop. But the water's not leaking from the sink, and there's no water pipes or anything over there. And it's not raining. I don't know what that is. This house, the back part of the house is like 200 years old. Like there's a log cabin that that got added on to. I'm gonna go over there. I'll be back. I'm gonna go see what. I don't know. He's just over there sleeping. I don't know what's going on. But the original part of this house is a log cabin that was built by the general store that used to be across the street. Don't exist no more. It's rotted away. It's gone. But before my Uncle Keith had this house, the old man that built the log cabin out there, and he had a hog farm, he had a general store, he had a bunch of pine trees he trapped for turpentine before India, cheap Indian labor. They had a lot of turpentine. Basically, a lot of people in South Georgia used to make their money tapping pine trees for turpentine, and then India put us all out of business because they had a lot more people doing it. And I guess, I don't know, if the British started getting their turpentine from them or something. But anyway, this that part of the house is very old, and it's the older. This house is a registered historic landmark. It's the oldest house in the area, and it's on a big hill. And the hill, like, there's every place around this is lower, but then the hills that you see on the horizon are lower than this hill. So probably even back in the time, and there's water out that way. So back even when it was just Indians, they probably, this place has probably always been strategic because of its high elevation. And there's 5 different crossroads that cross. I mean, more if you count the railroad. The railroad goes across here. There's a road that goes that way, a road that goes that way, a road that goes that way, a road that goes that way. And then a little bit from where all them roads cross, there's a dirt road that crosses that way and a dirt road that crosses that way. And I've noticed that there's more anomalies that happen where there's a lot of crossroads together. And a lot of animals are attracted to this place, and a lot of people come to this place, and sometimes there's just strange things about this place. And I've already said enough stuff, so I ain't got to worry about risking sounding crazy, because I already sound crazy to a lot of people, and I'm already, to some people, I'm already, but sometimes there, I don't, when a door creaks, my first response is there's probably a pressure difference, because there's probably a temperature difference on either side of the door, and it caused a vacuum, and it caused the door to shutter open. Like when Brittany's mama died and the door moved in the hospital, and the guy was like, "It's ghost." I was like, "You fool," like, it's hotter in that room than this room, and that caused the door to shut itself. I'm not the kind of person that jumps to, it's a spirit, it's a ghost. It's normally physics. It's normally, there's normally a logical explanation, just like Scooby-Doo, it's normally not something out the way crazy. But sometimes I really think, I know this sounds crazy, but I used to hear this vibrating sound, and it's like, it would be for 2 or 3 seconds, and it would stop, and it would be about 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, like really late, right? And when Brittany moved in with me, she heard it too. And even when Hurricane Helene happened and no one had any power, we'd still hear it. So it's not a whale, it's not any motor. And it might be like the government drilling a tunnel under the ground or something crazy. Who knows? But it's like they do it a little bit at a time and stop. And I don't know what. But then there's other things too. Like, we would sometimes hear a man and a woman laughing, and then nobody's there. Nobody. And we're not on drugs. I mean, I've done drugs in the past. She's done drugs in the past, but we're both sober. Sounds like somebody's walking in here and laughing. We come in back here, ain't nobody in here. And, Keith, he wouldn't sleep in this house. My Uncle Keith wouldn't. He would sleep in his big truck, like a semi-truck, 18-wheeler or whatever, in the yard. He wouldn't sleep in the house because he was sleeping, and he saw the naked man ghost of the old man that built the house. And, he was a truck driver, and he's done stuff to stay awake in the past, and who knows. But there's some, I just, and you know, there's not, maybe, I don't know. It's one thing, sometimes I like to just think that, well, maybe I'm crazy, or maybe I hallucinated, or maybe something. But then when you've got 2 or 3 different people all hear the same thing, and then you go look and nothing's there, it's just weird sometimes. And there's a weird, one time I just felt this weird feeling, you know, where the hair stands up. You get all your hair stands up on your arms, and you feel this like this weird vibe, you know. And this was when I was living in Dawsonville with my dad. I was like 17 or 16 or something like that. And right when I was feeling that weird feeling, he just at random walked by my door. My door was open to my bedroom, and he took a picture of me. And it looked like there was a ghost in the picture floating above me at the same time I was feeling that weird feeling. And there's just, I don't know, sometimes there's just weird stuff. And none of this stuff like this, the kind of weird stuff that happens at this house sometimes, I don't never have any of this happen at my property in Alamo. Like if I do have some kind of psychosis or craziness, it doesn't take effect nowhere else except at this place. And I don't know. I've never seen the naked man ghost. I still sleep here. You know, Keith is the only person that's ever seen that. But me and Brittany, we've both heard. Sometimes it sounds like a man and a woman in here laughing, and ain't nobody in here. And I don't know what to think about it. Like I went to one house. They wanted me to come pray over this house or one time because something. And I go into this house, and I don't think nothing of it when they told me about it. And there's rats everywhere. There's rats in their walls. They're like, we hear scratching. It was rats. And this Taylor, she was getting paranoid because she was like, something fell off her counter. And she's like, how did it fall off the counter? And it was a mouse. A mouse just rolled the spice bottle or the pill bottle, and it fell off the counter. And an orb on the picture, it was like, kind of like a cloud, like a streaky cloud, like a blurry, like, you know, like, and Daddy was like, huh, that's weird. And it was, I don't know. Now that was at 99 Indian Cove. No, 99 Indian Cove is the other house in Dawsonville. That was at 126, West Valley Brook Circle West, 126 Valley Brook Circle West was the address. Is in a subdivision in Dawsonville, less than 10 minutes where 453 intersect is, and I was upstairs in my bedroom when he took that picture. But at that same house, right? At that same house, I was walking in the woods behind the house. There's a creek behind the house. It's up kind of in the foothills of the mountains. You know, it's Dawsonville, Georgia. There's a lot of red clay there, but if you go to the bottom of the hill, there's only about 1 inch of clay. And after that, it's rock. And you hit the rocks on the side, they'll break off. Like they're in layers. And they'll just automatically break off in like nice bricks. It's easy to build with the stone. And the creek is just full of quartz crystal and iron pyrite, like fool's gold and quartz crystal everywhere. And I was walking, and there was this valley that it was like a heel shaped, kind of like a U. And you could walk in there. And I walked in that area, and I just got a very bad feeling, like something bad had happened there. And it would be a good place to do something bad because there's only one way in and out. Nobody could see what you were doing there. Somebody probably did do something. I just got a bad feeling there. So I didn't even want to be in the area. And I started going up a hill. And I just went up to the hill. And at the top of the hill, there was leaves and dirt and everything. And I just started moving the leaves and dirt. And there were rocks arranged in a circle. Like maybe somebody had put a fire up there before or something like that. And it was weird because I just sort of had the sense that, you know, I'd never been there before. But I just sort of had the sense that I had been there before. And I don't know, it's just a weird thing. And then my daddy's daddy almost bought property there. What would have become lakefront because they flooded the valleys to make Lake Lanier. They diverted rivers or dammed them up or something, and they flooded a valley to make Lake Lanier. And so they almost chose to live there, but they didn't. They come down to Wheeler County, Georgia, and then my dad wound up moving to that area, and we wound up living around there. And my great I don't know, John Green Browning was Scottish, but he was from Ireland. He was like Scots-Irish or something like that. He come to New York because that's where everybody comes to when they come to America. But he moved to Georgia. But he lived there. He married a woman there with a German-sounding last name. And they used to own Wall Street, but it wasn't Wall Street. There wasn't no money there. They owned a part of it where they just leased out houses for, I think they said like $2 a month or something really cheap. But it wasn't anything, it wasn't worth nothing back then. And she died without a will, and it wound up, the government took it or whatever. Lawyers used to come down trying to get us to sue and whatever. But I don't know if it was because the Georgia land law, I don't know what was going on, but they moved to Georgia. So John Green Browning, he had Thomas Clayton Browning. I might be skipping somebody in between John Green and Thomas Clayton. And then he had William Clayton Browning, who had Jeffrey Clayton Browning, who had, me, I'm Paul, Dustin Browning, there's Josh, and, all of it, And it was around your back. No, it was like above me to the side. It was this side. I don't remember exactly. My daddy had the picture in his, he took a picture with his, I don't remember if he had I think smartphones had just come out during that time, but he had another camera too. I don't know what he took the picture. I think it was a digital picture that he had in his phone. I wish I had the picture. And I asked him about it one day, if he still had the picture, and I don't know if he said he didn't have it no more, or if he would find it. I just forgot about it. I don't have the picture, but it's, sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes you just sort of sense a presence. Like I've had smelled bad smells, good smells, hear things. Most of the time, nothing like that happens. Most of the time, everything's normal. But every now and then, there's some weird anomalies that I cannot just explain away. I used to just try to explain it away like, well, I was crazy. I was under a lot of stress, or because it's easier. There was a time in my life where I wanted to be an atheist. I did not want there to be consequences. I did not want to be watched all the time. I did not want, I don't know. And so I had a lot of experiences in my life where I just try to explain it away as being crazy, but there's some, I think that there are, there's unseen beings. I think that there's good and evil creatures that we can't see with our eyes that are there, that we share the universe with. But most of it, people's imagination runs wild. Most of the time, it's an animal. It's a wind. It's water moving under the earth. Most of the time it's not what, most of it's fake. Most of it's fraud. Most of it's charlatans. Most of it's bullshit. Most of it's people been on drugs or need to go to sleep, but some of it is, I think some of it's real. I think probably 90% or more of everything that people think is a ghost or a demon or an angel is just is bullshit. It's not. It's just the wind was blowing. But sometimes I think it's real. Some of it you either have to say you were crazy, or do you sometimes feel them like McKenna Elves he described? Actually, your English is pretty good. Very good. You know, my French isn't good at all. I don't know any of it. I used to know how to say read in French, and I don't know that anymore. I think there's a word bonjour or something. Hello. Do you sort of, is that machine it? MK McKenna Elves? I don't know what you're talking about the elves. Sometimes it feels like, I'll tell you this, right? One time, this is okay. This is one of the most creepiest things. Okay, so there was this girl. She's an obese girl. She's overweight, and she went from, I don't know. She was mostly happy or whatever, but she went to being very depressed. Okay, I'll start the story here, right? So I am in Miss Smith's science class in I think 8th grade. I think it's 8th grade. I'm not 100% that it was 8th grade, but I think it was 8th grade. And it's the last class of the day. Is she taught us biology and she taught us chemistry. I don't remember if it was the chemistry or the biology class because I had her for two different grades. As Miss Smith, the redheaded teacher, and the girl I'm talking about, her name was Caitlin, but it was spelled with a. I think it was the Kate. We had 3 different Caitlins, and I think hers was the Caitlin with the K, not the Caitlin with the C. And I'm trying to remember her last name. I don't know if it was Caitlin. I don't really remember her last name, but like people who went to school with me, they would know who I was talking about. But she wound up becoming goth, being like dressing with all like black lipstick and black and everything, and getting super depressed and everything, and getting involved in witchcraft and all. But all this transition happened after what I'm about to tell you that happened, right? So I'm just minding my own business. I'm in science class. We've just come in from recess. I'm in science class, and I hear something talking to me, right? And first I think it's like, this is weird now. I heard it say, I've had many lovers before, and I've put them all in coffins, and I'm going to put this one in a coffin too. And she looks at me and she's like, what's wrong? Are you in a trance? Because I was just like froze. I was confused because she didn't say it, but I heard the voice from her. And then she wound up, just very quickly, not very long after the school year, she wound up going goth and getting super depressed and cutting herself and all this other stuff. And it was like, I think I heard a spirit, like a demon that was inside of her that was referring to people as if they were its lover and that it kills them. I don't know. It's just weird because, so I've often thought about it in my life, and I've got to either say, I just went a little crazy. I just hallucinated. I just heard something from nowhere, or I've got to say, well, maybe there was something to that. And it's really weird because it was like, and it felt bad. It felt evil. It felt like something. And then at the time, I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't seeking that. I wasn't trying. I just heard something, and that's what I heard. And I was confused when I heard it. I was trying to make sense of it. I was like, what did I just hear? What did that just mean? It was an evil voice from her you heard in your heart. I thought I heard it out loud, but nobody else heard it. I was the only one that heard it. She didn't hear it. At first I was confused. At first I thought she said it. And then she didn't know, like, she was like, hey, Paul, like, what's up? Are you in a trick? Because I was just staring. Like, she saw me just like staring at her, like frozen up. But I was just like, Andy, I really didn't know her that well. I didn't, I only had two. No, I might have had more than two classes with her. I know I had a literature class with her. And in literature, she sat on the complete opposite side of the classroom. And I had a science. I don't remember if it was biology or chemistry. It was the same teacher. I remember it was Miss Smith. Uh, and in that class, she sat the next row over beside me. And I really didn't know her that well at all, really. I never really talked to her. She never really talked to me. She had a different, I was kind of more of a loner. She had a different friend. I don't know. She didn't really talk much either, really. But she started hanging out with the goth kids and dressing like them. And I don't know. I don't know what happened to her or whatever, because I went to go live with my dad. My mom had custody of me. And I think I had lived with her for like 5 years. And I think there was like 4 years before I'd be 18 or something like that. I don't know exactly. I don't remember. But I wanted to live the rest of my life with my dad. Or not the rest of my life, but the rest of my childhood. And everybody made it like I was doing something evil for going to live with my dad. Like, you're abandoning your mama, or the whole family on my mama's side of the family was like, I don't know, they demonized me. They made it out like I was in the wrong for being a boy that wanted to live with his daddy. But, it was good for me. Yeah, the coffin sentence is frightening. And it's really weird because it's like, this voice or whatever it said, it had done it to a lot of other people. So when I went to go live with my dad, and when I moved back to Wheeler County, when I think I was 19 when I moved back, I tried to find her because I wanted to know, like, I was hoping she hadn't committed suicide, or I wanted, but it happened. I don't know. And so and like, a lot of, I kind of put from there was another thing that happened. There was a few other things kind of like that happened. Not like that. That was like the most that of the anomaly, like things out of the way. That was the one that I just couldn't explain. I didn't know. I didn't understand. I didn't know. But there was. And so it's like I either hallucinated that for no reason. And by the way, at this point in my life, I had never done any drugs. I had never drunk or done any drugs. I didn't even smoke weed till I was 21 years old. So, I had signed all the DARE stuff that I would never do drugs. I never thought I would. I've told the story in some other lives of how I accidentally smoked weed because I was trying to prove my brother wrong that he just had a cigarette because he had nicotine. He had tobacco at the end of his joint, and he had rolled it up with weed at the front of it, and he had smoked it. And I had never seen weed, and I didn't believe that he had weed or could get a hold of weed, and I was just kind of, I was joking that maybe I could finish writing this song if I could get high like the Beatles. And he was like, oh, really? Here. And then he told me it was weed, and I didn't believe him. I was like, no, that's a cigarette. I could see the tobacco at the end. And he's like, well, hit it then, And then I liked it. And then I smoked it for like 20 something years or something like that. Almost 20, How old am I? I'm like 38. I started smoking when I was 21. I quit for a year when I was like 24. And then I went back to smoking. And then I recently quit again. And, I hadn't done the psychedelics. I live kind of in the middle of nowhere. No one had any LSD. I always wanted to try it, or didn't always. I wanted to try it since I was probably 19. And then I just sort of randomly come across it when I was in my 30s. I think I was 33 maybe. I think when I was 28, I got a hold of shrooms. I done shrooms a little bit, and I done LSD. I think when I was around 33, 30, but I hadn't done any drugs in my life. I didn't drink. I didn't do drugs. I didn't smoke cigarettes. But I heard voices. Sure, I heard, well, not all the time, not every day, just that time. And there was another time where I didn't hear the voice, but other people did. When I was talking to people, and there was about the Bible, and there was I had a group of there was this group that bullied me. There was Kevin McRae and Bobby Malloy and a guy named Kate. His what was it? His name started. It was like it wasn't Kate, Caleb, something like that. Anyway, I wound up becoming friends with two of them. Like they grew up. We got older. We got into high school. They quit bullying me. I become friends with two of them. One of them, I never become friends with him, but he just quit bullying me all of a sudden. But they would just falsely accuse me of all kind of things all the time and make fun of me and everything. And I was saying something about, like, part of it was as an escape. I don't know. I just got, I got to where I just started from 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade. I just started reading the Bible all the time. And things were bad at home with my stepdad and my mama, and things were bad at school. And then I started to just read the Bible all the time. And people would ask me questions about it, and people would tell me about all their problems and ask for advice. And then there were some people that they would just falsely accuse me of all kind of evil stuff all the time for no reason other than, I guess, the fact that I didn't do the things they did made them feel bad about, I don't know. And I was saying something. I forget what I was saying. There's a group of people asking me questions about something in the Bible. And I was talking about what Jesus had said or something. And they come up to me saying I was a liar or saying all kind of bad things about me. And then there was these people said they heard them like cursing God. Like it was weird because it was like all the people that believed heard him cursing God, and all the people that didn't believe didn't hear him say anything. And that was another thing that just, it's weird because I got really into the Bible, and then I got really away from it. Really, really away from it. And then recently, and maybe the last couple of years, I've started to kind of come back to it. Because I don't know, I sort of locked it all away. All those things that happened in the past, I sort of said, I was under a lot of stress in my childhood. I was crazy. I was hallucinating. I just sort of just ignored it because I didn't want to believe it anymore. Or I don't know, I got mad at the whole, like, I still don't think hell is fair. I still don't think, like, if somebody hasn't burnt someone forever, I don't see how they could deserve to burn forever. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how that's just. I don't see how that's fair. I still don't think that makes any sense. I feel weird about saying that. But I mean, really, like, how could anybody deserve, like, eye for an eye? How's that, How could anyone deserve, if you haven't ever burnt anyone forever, how could you deserve to burn forever? It seems like only someone who would burn someone forever would deserve to burn forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could temporary, anyway, I don't know. I don't know. But most of my life has been normal, quiet, not weird anomalies of hearing spirits talk from people, talking about how they're going to kill them and how they're their lover. And I don't know. It's easier, though. It would be easier, really, like, to just say, well, I had a very stressful childhood and I just hallucinated it. But then there's the other possibility that there's really some evil spirit inside that person that wanted them dead. And then that's why they went down that road of being gothic and being depressed. I don't wish it to them neither, but I can't do anything. Their choice, their responsibility. Yeah. Oh no, I don't wish harm on anyone. Well, that's not exactly true, like I do believe in justice. Like if someone's going around and a serial killer's going around and just killing somebody every day, you can't just leave that alone and be like, oh, I forgive you for killing that person. I forgive you for killing that person. You've got to do something about it. If you don't kill the serial killer, they just keep killing people. And if you don't punish them, then it's like the lives of the other people didn't matter. If you're just like, well, you get to kill all them, but we're not going to kill you. It's kind of like you cheapen the life of all the victims. Or if you don't punish the child molester, it's cruel to the victim. It's cruel to the innocent. So I do believe in justice, but I don't. So sometimes I do wish, for people to be punished, but really I hope nobody hurts anybody and everybody, I wish that everybody would just be good to everyone. There's a lot of things that I don't know. My daddy was in the Air Force. And so I went to school on base. And then my daddy left the Air Force when I was, somewhere around 11, 12. And then I went to regular public schools. And then the last 2 years of high school, I went to a private school. I went to go live with my dad. And the church had their own private school, War Hill Christian Academy. So I've been to public school on base in the military. I've been to public schools, just civilian population, regular public school. And I went to a private school. I went to a tech college and I went, what was the point I was making about saying I've been to these different schools? What was I going to say? I don't wish it. Okay. From him is to live with his responsibility for his crimes, like Cain in the desert. You see something about Cain, right? Where God doesn't give Cain the death penalty, right? He just says, well, you're cursed. And then they don't really take it seriously. There's a descendant of Cain who kills a man for wounding him. And he's like, well, if Cain is cursed 7 times, then I'm cursed 77 times. They just don't take it seriously. And then the whole earth is nothing but violence. That's all that's in the imagination of man is violence all the time. And there's only one person that finds on the whole planet that finds favor with God, Noah. Not even Noah's family. God just ain't going to do Noah that way, and Noah have to suffer with his family dead too when he's about to kill everybody in the world, right? Then God decides to do the death penalty for all these violent people. He floods the world and kills them. And then right after that, he issues the death penalty. He says humans are made in the image of God. And if somebody kills a human, or even if an animal kills a human, then they're to be put to death. And he puts the responsibility on people to now have the death penalty. So you've got 1,656 years of no death penalty, and it just goes to nothing but violence. And then a flood where everybody's dead except 8 people. Noah, Noah's wife, Noah's 3 sons, and Noah's 3 sons' wives. So God did at first just punish Cain with banishment, but eventually he institutes the death penalty. And I don't know, I guess we're not as bad off as before the flood, because before the flood it said that like all flesh was corrupt and the imagination of man was violence all the time. And we've got pacifists and Amish people forgiving people who've, when all them Amish people got shot up and they didn't get, I don't know. It's like the world's got a lot of evil in it, but it isn't everybody being a murderer. Everybody's not at war just only thinking about death and murder all the time, but that's how it was before the flood, according to Genesis. So it's justice is kind of tricky because, mercy's kind of tricky because you want to give forgiveness and mercy to give people a chance to change their ways, to feel remorseful, and you want to give them a second chance. You don't want to just, any crime, you're dead, because then nobody can ever learn. People are going to make mistakes. So you want there to be some mercy for people to learn and make mistakes and change. But you cannot just do away with justice altogether, because then you're not having mercy on the innocent victims. You're basically enabling the worst. So if there's no consequences for doing evil, you're just becoming an enabler. Like if if you just forgive every evil offense, and not just forgive, but just don't punish it, any evil, then you really become a friend of evil. You just enable it. And the truly evil people that they want to harm and bully and kill and torture everybody, the sadist or whatever, you giving them more chances, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water. There's sometimes you gotta fight. You mean banksters are good swimmers? I'm missing something because I don't understand. You mean banksters are good swimmers? It might not be a bad joke. I'm just not understanding the. Are you saying that they survived a flood or swim, or I don't. There's another interesting thing. So it says that all the generate, yeah. Well, here's a sort of, I guess, racist take. I'm not saying that this is the true. There's some people interpret Genesis a little different. They say that where it says that Noah was pure in his genealogies, they say that Noah was the only fully human. There's some people who say that when the sons of God, this is in Genesis chapter 6, the sons of God, that means direct creations of God. Like you also read in Job. In the book of Job, the devil comes to talk to God. It says the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan, who was with him, does also. So these are direct creations of God, these angels, These sons of God, it says in Genesis chapter 6 that the sons of God saw as time went on, more daughters are born that are beautiful and fair, and the sons of God saw them, and they took whichever ones they pleased, and they had children with them, and they gave birth to the Nephilim, the men of renown, the men of legends. And you have the same mythology and Viking mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Indian mythology, Hopi Indian, like all around the world, people tell stories of the gods interbred with humans and made demigods. People like Hercules, like, Superman of legend, like Alexander the Great claims descent from Hercules and Achilles from his mother and his father. And so there's this idea that some people believe that Noah is fully human, but his wife isn't, and his children aren't. That they have some of this this Nephilim, this hybrid fallen angel human, admixture. And then so over time, there's sort of this thing to where these genes are isolated and you have to protect the human bloodline. And the Canaanites are mixed in with all these Nephilim, all these basically demon seed, the seed of the serpent. Like Eve is told that her descendants, there'll be enmity between her descendants and the descendants of the serpent. And so there's this idea that, and it says in Genesis that there were the Nephilim before the flood and after the flood. But it's like, wait a minute, everybody died in the flood except Noah and his wives and his 3 sons. So some people say, well, when it says that Noah was pure in his genealogies, and it says that all flesh was corrupt, that all flesh was except Noah. So imagine if Noah is like 100% human, and then his wife is like maybe 25% or something or whatever. I know there's not 25% because there's 46 chromosomes. I don't know how many genes are on the chromosomes, but they're just saying a number for the sake of for talking, right? So you get over time these like the Egyptians, the Aztecs, all these different royal people. They only wanted to intermarry with other royals, and they would practice incest because they wanted to keep, and they were giants, 6 fingers. Some people with double rows of teeth, all kind of crazy shit, right? And so the giants are in the land of Canaan, and the Israelites are sent to kill them. And they're given 400 and something years to repent, and they don't. They do all kind of evil practices. These people are doing a lot of child sacrifice, having sex with animals, doing all kind of crazy stuff. And so people are like, well, why would God genocide the Canaanites? And there's this idea of some that they're just not really all the way human. They weren't ever supposed to be created. And so it doesn't say that Noah's wife or his sons or any of them were pure in their genealogy. It only says Noah. And so, and there's this parable Jesus says about, like, if you've got a cluster of grapes and there's some bad grapes in there, and they're like, should we throw it away? And they're like, no, there's some good grapes in there. Or the wheat and the tares. You can't pull up the wheat. You can't pull up the tares without pulling up the wheat. So let them grow together until the day of the harvest. And there's this idea in Galatians, it says, if you're in Christ, then you are Abraham's seed. It doesn't say in a figurative sense. It just says you are. So there is this idea that the reason that there's giants again after the flood, just like they are before the flood, is those genes start to come together. You start to have the sons of Anak having 6 fingers on each hand, and they're super tall. And so, like, were you talking about, like, the bankers were good at swimmers? Well, I'm saying, well, they probably just, they were in the bloodline of the sons of Noah that were on the ark. And then, but in John 3:16, it says, whosoever believes. It doesn't say you've got to be of this bloodline or that bloodline. And then you read, it goes on to say, it doesn't matter, Jew, Gentile, Greek, Scythian, whoever, there's no real significance in being of Israel anymore, like the Pharisees, which a lot of them were Edomites. During the Maccabean revolt, when the Jews gained independence from the Greeks, they force converted the Edomites. Any Edomite that did not convert to Judaism was put to death. And they took the Edomites into them as a people. And they were, and you had to be a Levite to be of the priesthood. So a lot of the Sadducees were Levites, but a lot of the Pharisees were Edomites and of Judah and of all kind of other tribes. And Jesus talked about how they go far away to convert people and make them twice the son of Satan that they are. And they tried to say, they're like, we have Abraham as our father. And he said, no, you're of your father, the devil, who was a murderer in the beginning. And so a lot of these people who say they're Jews, they're Khazarian, they were, Pharisees, converted Edomites. Those Edomites converted Khazarians, and then Khazarians are claiming to be Israelites, and they don't have any Israelite blood in them whatsoever, more than any random person. It's been a lot of generations ago and everything. We recognize the different seeds at the harvest. Yep. I don't know if you've ever, like, if you plant, like, clover, and then some grass seeds grow up with the clover. If you pull up when the roots are real shallow, if you pull up the grass, which tares are a plant that it looks like wheat till it gets older and you see the seeds, So, but you can't pull them up, because when their roots come up and pull up the dirt, it'll hurt the seeds. But if you were to make, Adam was made in the image of God. And then the serpent didn't like that, tried to mess that up. And they didn't want Jesus to come into the world, tried to mess that up, tried to make sure you got all these giants in Canaan to keep them from being in there, to try to kill and end the bloodline, to try to pollute and corrupt the bloodline. All this GMO, trying to change it now, trying to combine all kind of animal genes with humans and plants and mix all the stuff together and everything. What time is it for me? It's 2:57. It's almost 3 a.m. I really need to go to bed soon. But about the joke about the bankers being good swimmers. I do think that some of those people are of, like, the Collins and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, and I think a lot of them are of those ancient Canaanite bloodlines. And I don't know. I'm not about to just, I think, a tree based on its fruit. A good tree produces good fruit. A bad tree produces bad fruit. And I don't, you should judge people off of their actions, not what you imagine is in their mind that you can't really know, or not off of their appearance, but really off of their actions, who they are. You are what you do, but yeah, I think, and I think it was kind of like that, just like the tares, you can't, like, let's say you just say, well, Noah's the only one left, kill everybody but Noah. Well, now humans go extinct. Now you never have, so it's necessary, to keep Noah and his sons and their wives and their children to preserve humanity. And you've got all this other admixture, but eventually it gets weeded out. And I think that's why, like, they say, well, how come all of these other tribes, they're not allowed in the temple till the 3rd or 4th generation? When they come into Canaan, he's like, God names certain nations of people that are not allowed to enter the sanctuary until 3 or 4 generations later. It's because they were weeding that out. They were killing all those giants, all those non-human humans, all those, and then it got, I don't really know. A lot of this is speculation, but I'm just saying there's a lot of things that you'll never hear in church in the Bible at all, ever. Like about David's son who raped his sister. Like one of David's sons raped his own sister. You're not going to go to church and them talk about that. You're not going to go to church and them talk about these hybrid bloodlines of fallen. There's just a lot of things that are not going to be talked about. And then, and I don't know what in it is I really don't know, you know. There's stranger things. There's like some people will say, well, if there was just Adam and Eve, why there's all these different Y variants? Well, there's also, you've got the book of Yasher is quoted in the Old Testament, and so is the book of Jubilees, and so is Enoch. Now, Enoch changes writing style 5 times. So it looks like the beginning of the book of Enoch was a book, and then they kept adding on to it. Different authors added on to it. And we don't know if it's been changed or corrupted or how much of that we can, But it's not just Enoch that talks about this thing that I'm telling you about. It's talked about in the book of Jubilees, and it's talked about in Yasher. And I don't think they translated Yasher into English until 1990. They had lost it, then they found it. It was, these scrolls were in pottery that was buried in the ground, and they found it, I think in the 60s or something. They didn't get it translated to English until the 90s. And who knows if you can trust the people not to have altered it and whatever else. But all of these stories, and even other religions, all have these accounts of beings from the heavens crossbreeding with humans and making these legendary heroic figures and god kings or whatever. And you had a lot of these different civilizations where they built pyramids. Their kings claimed to be able to rule because they were part god, and the gods that they were saying that they were, the Bible has a story saying that those are fallen angels, and that there was I forget if it's Yasher or Enoch or whichever one it was. It says it's like 200 and something of them all agreed to do this thing, to where they said, hey, we can't just interbreed with these humans and do this, or else God will punish us. And then they had this thought, well, not if we all do it. They thought, well, we can get away with it if we all do it, which wasn't the case. And they're not able to hear from God anymore. And so they go to Enoch because Enoch can, and they want Enoch to pray for them. And Enoch tells them that they're basically cursed. They're going to be imprisoned until the day of judgment. And they're going to watch all of their children fight each other and kill each other until they're all dead. And that's what, all the different people, all the different royalty, all claiming descent of all these different gods, they all go to war with each other and kill each other until they're all dead. That's what, goes on. Which, not in church, but Greek mythology, it's very common. It's common in Greek mythology. But the early church accepted the book of Enoch after they did the canon, they threw it out because, they said they couldn't trust it hadn't been altered. It's like Kane Crime Remake. About to go back to sleep. Well, have a good night. It's 1:57 for me. What time is it for you? I already answered that. I didn't know how I missed the other question. I read over it. You can say there are different human natures among the humanity. I do believe that. I'm a race realist. It's obvious. I live in Wheeler County. So Wheeler County is probably, I don't know, because it's changed over time, but we've got, it used to be about 60% white and 40% black, but now it's probably 20% Mexican. Maybe not 20% Mexican. Maybe that's a little high. There's a lot of Mexicans. There's a lot of blacks. There's a lot of whites. There's an IQ requirement for being in the military. So when I went to school on base, the black people on base were kind of different than the black people at Wheeler County. And there's, people will accept it about families all the time. They'll be like, well, he's a pervist. That's why he acts that way. or that's just the Browning in him. People say this in Wheeler County all the time by family names. They'll be like, well, he's a white, They understand that certain families act certain ways and that there's a genetic component to that. And they understand this about dogs. They're like golden retrievers act like golden retrievers. Chihuahuas act like chihuahuas. But then there's a certain arrogance where they just can't accept it with humans, that we're subject to the laws of nature too. They're like, nope, all humans are the same. And there's more genetic variance between Africans and Europeans than there are between brown bears and black bears. But we're all the same. Which I don't think that there's I'm not a supremacist. I don't believe in Jewish supremacy, white supremacy, black supremacy. You don't know the future, and you don't know the benefit. I think there's pros and cons. There's different, I've talked about this in some other videos, but there's a tribe of people, or I don't know if tribe is the right, there's a group of people in the Philippines that have been deep sea diving for pearls from oysters for thousands of years. And their organs can withstand being in the depths of the ocean better than my organs can. Like how people get, like scuba divers, if they come up too fast or whatever, they're bleeding from their nose when they go down into the depths of the ocean. Then you got people in Tibet. They can be up in the mountains, way at them high elevations, and they're breathing just fine. And then white people go up to try to climb up what's that famous Mount Everest, and it almost kills them. It does kill some of them. And so there's definitely differences. If you've ever played like Skyrim or just different video games, like I'll use Skyrim as an example. You might not know what I'm talking about, but you can choose your race at the beginning of the game. You can choose whether you're going to be an orc, an elf. There's different human races, Nords, Britons, and they have different strengths and weaknesses and advantages, and you can play through the game and win with either group that you play. Like some races are more fertile. Some have more disease resistance. Some are more intelligent. Some are more strong. Some are more fast. Some are better at swimming. And it's a real thing. It's not just made up. There's different ratios of quick twitch and slow twitch muscle fibers. There's different ratios of fat to muscle in different races. There's some, like, white people are more buoyant than black people. This is true. Black people tend to have a low, which I know there's the obesity epidemic and there's people eating a lot of carbs and sugar that's caused black people to be more obese. But if we were not on this crazy carb diet, black people tend to have a lower fat ratio to muscle and not float as well. And then there's IQ differences amongst the races. And there are exceptions. And it's not always, you can't just see somebody and assume, you won't know for sure, hey, is he going to be good at high elevations or deep in the ocean? Or, you don't know for sure, but there are certain things that are generally true about different populations because they have adapted to different ways of life, different environments, different foods, and everything else, right? And so you don't know in the future, is it going to be an ice age that favors the Eskimo? The Eskimo has shorter arms and shorter legs as a ratio to their torso. And this helps them hold on to heat. Now, so you got to say, I think Inuit, people get offended by Eskimo because it means eaters of raw flesh, and they are eaters of raw flesh. So, but Inuit or something, I think just means people, and that's what they call themselves. So some people are like, don't say Eskimo. But forever, people said Eskimo, and Eskimos didn't care if you called them Eskimo till somebody told them to feel bad about it. But, different, also drug. We just give every race and gender drugs as if it don't matter. But the hormones and the chemistry of the female brain is different than the male brain. And we're starting to figure out that a lot of these drugs that we're just prescribing based on weight, we really ought to have a male and female version for the different drugs because they affect males different than females. And it's also true about different races. Like I think Asians do not like nicotine tends to hurt black people more than Asians and Native Americans. Different. There's just all kind of, so I am not a hater. Like I don't hate people because of their race, but I realize that race is a biological reality, not a social construct. And when I was on base housing, they really try to hammer this idea into your head. And it was in my mind as a child because we're America. We've got a lot of different races and ethnicities, and we're trying to unite a whole bunch of different contradicting cultures and races and everything. And so we're just basically taught everybody's the same. It's all the same, and it's really bullshit. That's not really true. And it was hard for, I had a lot of cognitive dissonance. There was a lot of evidence that it wasn't true. And I would get mad at my grandparents for just having basic common sense and just calling things how they saw it. And the more I lived and the more time passed, the more I began to because I've always loved the truth. I was lied to a lot in my teenage years, especially when my parents divorced. And I had I hated being lied to. I hated being tricked. And I loved the truth. And I didn't care if it was uncomfortable. I wanted the truth. Whether it was ugly or pretty, I wanted the truth. And that allowed me to see a lot of things that a lot of people can't see, because a lot of people don't want the truth. They want to feel good. So they're like, don't give me the truth. Give me what feels good. And so there's a lot of things that don't make people feel good. Like you hear this thing, a lot of people will say, well, nobody's better than anybody. So that makes everybody feel good, but hey, what about that child molester across the street that molested children? Do you really think that you're no better than him? He's not even trying to be good. He's not even trying to be a good person. He's completely perverted, completely no empathy over there molesting children. And when when people say that to me, nobody's better than anybody, that's just to shore up insecurities. So then I ask them, so are you no better than a child molester? Then they change their mind. So it's not anything true. It's just something people like to believe because they want to not have to put in the work, not put in the effort, and then still believe that they're equal to somebody else. And there's no equality in nature. Now, I'm not saying that, I just say that sounds like a contradiction because earlier I said I'm not a supremacist, and now I'm saying I don't believe in equality. But what I'm saying, I don't believe that one race is superior to another race. I don't believe that. But then I don't think that somebody who works hard and makes an honest living, I don't think that they're the same as somebody who just goes around robbing people and killing people and stealing their shit. You know what I'm saying? But the person that robs people and kills people and steals their shit, they want to believe that they're just as good as the hardworking person, And different people have different values. Different people respect different things. So, it's, and whatever measurement you use to measure people, they'll measure you. Like Brittany will get mad a lot of times when people, because she loves me. So she'll get mad when people insult me or say things about me, but I expect it because I say a lot of things that offend people. So I know it's coming. I know when I get upset about things, I know when I say things that offend people, they're going to say things back, and I expect it. I'm not that thin-skinned, But this whole, in America, the whole culture is based on the lie of egalitarianism. It's not true. A bunch of people who just accepted slavery will be peasants. And then you had people that were courageous and were like, I'll fight for my country, like I'm just as good as a king, even though I have none of that responsibility, even though all of my forefathers just submitted to slavery for thousands of years. It just made everybody feel good to say, we're all equal to the king. We all should be sovereign. We all should. And it's just a foundation. There's all cultures are based on lies most of the time. And it's hard for people to realize that the culture that they're a part of is a lie. And so, it's the foundational lie of America is egalitarianism. And then when that lie is followed out, it breeds all kind of other lies like veganism. Because they keep on going and they're like, well, animals are equal to people. Like PETA's like in speciesism. And then it leads to communism. Everybody's not going to put in the same amount of effort and by merit earn the same amount. There's going to be the slackers. Anytime you have a group project at school, you've got the one or two people in the group do all the work and the other people just sit back and let the other people do all the work. So you can't really have a communist system work because you're going to have a bunch of leeches just sit back and not do the work. So if you pay everybody the same, everybody's not going to do the equal amount of work. Everybody doesn't care. Everything is on a spectrum. Empathy, strength, intelligence, morality, all kind of things, So everybody feels good to say everybody has the same potential in every aspect of everything. And if I set my mind to it, I can do everything. But it's not true. Like some people are colorblind. They don't need to be a pilot. I'm just saying there's like the San people, the San people of Africa. There's all kind of optical illusions where you draw a line, you've got curved lines, and you can make an optical illusion where you make a short line look longer than a long line. And there's all these, when you give the San people them optical illusion tests, they can see past them all. They're the least of all races in the world. They're able to not be deceived by optical illusions, but they also have a low average IQ. They're not very good at problem solving and puzzle solving. But see, they have strengths and weaknesses. Every race has different strengths and weaknesses. Every race has spec'd into a speciality, And so used to, racist meant you hate people just because of their race. And now racist means that you even acknowledge or that there even is a such thing as race. And it's like, all dogs are dogs. All dogs can interbreed. Dogs can interbreed with other dogs. But different breeds of dogs have different natures because they share certain phenotypes, certain clusters of genes, And there are anomalies. Like you may have a calm Jack Russell, even though I've never seen one. They all tend to be hyper dogs. You may have a golden retrievers tend to be very chill dogs. There are certain genes in the human, there's certain genes that have been isolated that predict collectivist versus individualistic behavior. There are certain genes that are tied to intelligence, how efficient the nerves are, how the brain is formed, the ratios of, of course, you got the Watson and Crick, is it Watson? Got stripped of all of his titles and his Nobel Prize because he isolated, I forget how many genes, if it was 11, I forget. You can't hardly find it on Google. It's like they scrubbed it from the internet. But I remember reading his paper when he published it. And he had pointed out all these different genes that were tied to intelligence, that were inherited, and how they affected nerve function and the efficiency of nerves in the brain and all this stuff. And they just said, oh, he's racist. That's bullshit because it didn't fit the narrative of what they're trying to push. And, but sometimes the truth is uncomfortable. And I think, people, I don't know, it's getting cold in here. I looked at the weather. It says it's going to get to 48, but the soil temperature is not going to drop. And the plant itself, I don't know. I think I'm just going to risk it. I don't think I want to drive all the way out there and for the coffee. I just hope the coffee plants make it. I think they will. I think it's going to be a little warmer than 48 in the forest where they're at. But I'm about to go to bed. It is late. But the thing with it is there's different strengths and weaknesses, and I'm not, I don't think that, we don't know where the world's going to be in the future. We don't know what the different races of people are precious, because you don't really know what the future is going to favor. And our best chance of survival is being able to adapt to as many different places on the planet as possible. And, like right after the flood is told, spread out throughout the whole earth, And, if you're an Eskimo and you're put in the sub-Saharan desert or West Africa, you would seem like an inferior, because you're really made to prosper in the Arctic. Your body's made to be able to withstand a lot of cold. And we don't know if the pole will shift. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. And so some people don't want to believe that Eskimos are better at the cold. They'll say everybody's the same, but that's just a communist Bolshevik propaganda brainwashing, But also it's like every group, not everybody, but a lot of people, they tend to want to believe that whatever group that they identify with is superior, There's white supremacists, black supremacists, Native American supremacists, Jewish supremacists, Muslims, but I think that's all nonsense. And I don't think there's no reason to hate people but there are definitely differences. Let's see.